y'all. Good evening. All right, I'm going to wait a few more minutes before I start. Now, hey, Vicky, Patrick. What's life have for us? If you're not a subscriber, please subscribe to my channel. Now, I'm going to make another video about this, but I'm going to do a live stream so I could tell y'all what's been going on. Now, some of y'all know already about my issue with my Kia Optima 2013 Limited from last year. So anyway, I picked up the car today, and let me tell you, I took a lift to the car dealership up there, Kia, at there in Lithonia. So now let me go and give y'all a backdrop story. Now, some of y'all know that I had an issue with the Kia about over a year ago pertaining to the engine. So I received a letter over a year ago, actually maybe 2 years ago, I want to say, about the recall about the problems they was having with the engine. So I took the car to the Kia dealership. Of course, they're telling me, oh, Miss Smallwood, there's nothing wrong with your engine, blah, blah, blah. So in the meantime, that whole entire time when I was driving the car, the check engine light came on. I get it to get checked. They tell me, oh, it's the fuel line, it's the blah, 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 it's this, that, or whatever, right? So anyway, last year, around December, the car was parked because at that point, last year during the summer, when I was driving the car suddenly started to lose power. So I keep driving the car, and then it got to the point where the car just started losing its power. So I towed the car back home, back to my house. And then at that point, I said, well, I needed the car to get checked out. I keep getting all these things with Kia, no kind of answers about what the problem was. So I took the car to another mechanic. They did a diagnostic, and I got the receipt too, right there in the car. I paid $500 something to do a diagnostic. They was telling me there's something wrong with the motor. I went and took it to several different places that told me the same thing. Kia needs to recall this car with these engines. This is the seventh car that they looked at. They said they had these issues in pertaining to this engine. So the place in Snellville that I went to, now it wasn't no small, rundown, rinky-dink looking dealership place or whatever. But they told me after I spent $490 something to do a diagnostic, they told me it's going to cost you about $5,000 plus to get this engine replaced, labor, or whatever. It'll be like almost close to $6,000 plus. I said, hell no. So I took the car back home. The car wasn't driven since. So the car was sitting there, and I couldn't drive the car. Then I was deciding, okay, what do I need to do with this vehicle? So last year, December, I finally said, okay, I called Kia Consumer Affairs, told them I had spent $500 something. The car needed to be looked at. Did you take it to the car dealership? He said, no. I said, I already spent almost $590 something to have the car done a third party diagnostic. Because I said I took the car to the Kia dealership at 2 different dealerships, and nobody could tell me what was wrong. And I said, no, it's something with this engine. So at that point, I started looking online, and I started seeing that they had these issues with these motors. Engines were catching on fire, and people actually died driving the car. They would drive the car, and the car caught on fire. So December of last year, before the end of the year, Kia was like, "Oh, Miss Mo, we'll take care of it. Just take it in." So I drove that. I took the car. I didn't even drive the car to the dealership. I had the car towed to the Kia dealership. January 15th of this year, they told me, "Oh, it's a recall on the engine." As I thought. I said, y'all always had issues with the engine. I've been telling y'all that for over a year, close to 2 years. So the car engine was replaced to a brand new engine. Everything brand new engine, lifetime warranty. Oh, you need a battery. Oh, you need this get done, this, that. So January, I paid about $700 something to get the things that needed to be replaced. I had to get the brakes done. I had to get, now I knew the brakes needed to be done. Now that's a given. Brakes. I want to say I bought me brakes. The brakes had to be done. I had to get brand new tires or something like that. Hey, Jeremy. So I said, okay, whatever they fixed the engine, the fuel line had to be replaced, or because it was a recall about the fuel line. Okay, so here it is. I come, pick up the car January, pay for whatever I need to get get done with, drove the car back home. And the only thing I needed at the time was a battery. And I didn't want to buy it. I already spent all that money. And I said, every time I buy a battery with Kia, I always felt they put the cheapest low voltage, not low voltage. They put the cheapest battery they could put in there. I said, nope, I'm not buying no battery from no Kia. I'm going to buy a battery from, Advanced Auto Parts or whatever, because one is cheap. It'll be almost cheaper, but I said, for some reason, I didn't want to buy the battery at Kia. So, y'all knew about a month ago. It's been about a month now. I said, okay, let me drive the Kia. It's been sitting there all this time. Let me go and drive it. I knew I needed a battery. So I called Roadside Rescue. They came to my house. They gave me a jump. I drove the car to get a brand new battery. Then I got stuck at a mile and a half down the road. Thanks, Jeremy. So I said, okay, the car wouldn't start. I said, what the fuck? The car wouldn't start. I'm sitting here with the Advanced Auto Part. I said, did you sure you put the type of battery in here with the voltage? So we switched out to a new battery. It still didn't work. So I had to call a tow truck to have them tow the car back to my house. I couldn't even tow it to the dealership at the time because I was in the car. It was already after 4 o'clock on a Saturday. They closed about 5. So I knew they wasn't going to be able to work on that car. So I said, you know what, just take the car back home. So the car got dropped off at home. I said, okay, I already had no gas in the car. So I said, maybe I just needed some gas. So I went there and got about 5 gallons of gas. That wasn't enough gas. It was just, I put just enough gas in the car. Then I said, okay, let me see if it could start. So I start the car. Drove the car out of the driveway. Y'all see my videos with my driveway. Drove the car out the driveway, rolled around to the cul-de-sac, and then the car stopped in the middle of in the front of my house, diagonally, blocking my Corolla and blocking the driveway. And I couldn't get the car back straight, parallel to the house or back to the garage or inside the garage to move out the way. So I got stuck. I said, hell no, I'm diagonally. Now, the parking, the garage, not the garage, but the parking area outside of your garage, my Corolla's parked. The Kia is parked in the back and it's diagonally. So people had to drive around me. And then I was stuck. I couldn't even push the car in. I had to I said, hell no. So I tried to release the brake, put the car in neutral. I said maybe I could push the car straight so it won't block my Corolla and it could still be parked straight. Everybody, all these people passed by me, all these neighbors up the street. Only one man stopped after I was there in the car for about 2 hours in the hot, in the dark at 9 o'clock, 10, almost going on 10 o'clock at night. I had to call the towing truck again that same day. Kia, I said, I don't need no one to tow it. I need someone to lift the car, straighten it. So I had to turn my wheel, a hard turn on the wheel, release the park brake, and try to get the car to roll so it could be pushed parallel to the sidewalk so I could get it out the street. And it was in front of my house. I was so disgusted. So they were telling me it's going to cost me $150 something to tow the car to the dealership. I already used up my tow. But luckily for me, Kia sent the tow truck that following Monday to tow the car to the dealership. Because I told them, I said, when I picked up this car January, the car was not driven since. I only drove the car 5 miles. The car's supposed to have a lifetime warranty on the engine. So they did all this test telling me, oh, not the engine. They told me it was the starter and the fuel. They told me it was the starter first, right? I said, okay, that sounds about right. I'll give you that. Because when you start the car, everything powers on. I couldn't figure out why is the car not starting. It was something with the starter. So they replaced the starter. Then when they replaced the starter, then the engine light still came on. Then they was telling me you need a fuel pump. Fuel pump. I said, why did y'all not tell me all of this issues back in January? The engine light was on to show all the problems. All the codes would show up. I said, well, we don't know what the code is until it pops. I said, no, that doesn't make any sense. If something was wrong with the starter and I only drove the car 10 miles, not even 10 miles. Yeah, I only drove the car 10 miles from the dealership back to my house. The car wasn't driven since January, and I drove the car 1 mile, and the engine light came on. I said that problem has always been there. That problem didn't just pop up the minute, y'all got my $700 and something dollars, to fix the brakes and got the brakes, new tires, not even 4 tires. I think it was 2. I want to say it was 2 because I don't think I only needed 2, whatever it was. I was like, this is some bullshit. So now, 2 weeks ago, they told me we have to order the fuel pump. They have to order the fuel pump. They didn't have it. They had to order it. So I waited for 2 weeks. This is going on 3 weeks since the car was sent to the dealership for repairs. Going on a month. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it would have been a month. So today, they said, oh, Miss Smallwood, ain't nobody called me to tell me the car's ready. I called them. Oh, my manager told me to call you to say that we didn't have the fuel pump available. We got to order it. I said, well, y'all know y'all didn't have no fuel pump. Y'all didn't know y'all didn't have no part in the first place. And I wasn't rushing for the car. But the fact of the matter is that they didn't say anything. I had to call them. So today, they said, okay, the car's ready to be picked up. Ready. I said, okay. So I took, I was supposed to pick it up yesterday. Remember I told you I was going to pick it up Monday, so I didn't. I was so tired. I picked it up today. Called a Lyft and, went to the dealership. I had to, I said, I want to see the car before I pay. Make sure everything is fine. No engine. And I asked the girl before I got there that Saturday when she called me when the car was ready. I said, you're going to wash the car this time because the last time y'all didn't wash it. Y'all say, and I'm not expecting no detailed, $200, $300 detailed. But don't say you did something, you didn't do it. So I go out there. They couldn't get the car out because they parked it and another car was in the front of the car and they couldn't find the keys. I said, what do you mean you can't find the keys? They lost the keys, or the customer took the keys to that car and they couldn't get my car out. So they had to um, push the other car. They had to literally take a thing and just pop the car lock and push that car out of its space so they could get my car out. We couldn't back up because there's like a brick thing right in between. And I was like, really? Who does that? I was like, I said, okay, fine, I'll wait. Then when they finally got the car pushed that front of the car in front of my car that was parked, I look at the car. I said, I thought y'all washed the car. It had all the cat's footprints because these cats been sitting on my car. So I could literally have like 200 cat prints on the car because the car is white. I was like, how y'all wash this car? And this car looks as dirty as before I bought it in here. It had all the cat prints on the front in the trunk. All the green algae from the trees was all up on there. I was like, and I asked this person, oh, we'll make sure they wash it and clean it on the inside. You would have think they would have done it. They didn't clean the inside the car. I said, somebody been in and out of my car. Coronavirus. We limited. We can't get in the car because corona. No, somebody had to get in the car because they took the car to get some gas and put gas in the car. They had to drive the car around because they can't keep the car sitting. And I got there at 2:00. I left that out there 4:00. 2 hours. All I had to do was pay for the car and get it and drive. So after they didn't, I said, how am I supposed to trust y'all that y'all fixed this car right if you told me the car was washed? We didn't wash it. No, you didn't. Look at all this cat prints. And I said, look at this. This car looked just the same as I bought it in here, dirty. I didn't expect it to be shiny, but come on now. How you have 50 cat prints all up on the hood, all up on the front of the trunk, on the front, and I could see it. And it was raining too. So therefore you didn't wash it. They're gonna tell me they washed it. No, you didn't. I said, look at all this green algae on these mirrors that was been on here when I bought it in here. I don't expect a detailed on the car. But don't say that you washed the car and you didn't. I said, what kind of you ain't gotta be negative. I said, how I'm being negative? I'm being negative that you told me, you told me the car was washed, and clearly it wasn't. And I'm being negative because y'all lied and y'all have integrity issues because y'all can't do a simple thing that you told me you washed the car. I don't expect a detailed wash. I really don't. But if you have a car wash, that's how they wash all those cars. When you buy a car at a car dealership, they wash the car when they deliver it to you. They got a vacuums and everything. I'm not expecting wax job and all that. No, none of that. So I get in the car and say, okay, let me see, make sure everything is right. I turn on the car, the check engine light is on. I said, hell no. I just asked, and I asked the other question, is the check engine light on in the car? No, Miss Mowat, no. The car was parked after we got finished, repaired. It was parked for days. I asked specifically, make sure the check engine light is not on. Why the check engine light wasn't on when I got there? Why? Hey, Peterson Jacobs, why? So after I said I want to speak to the owner. You know me, I'm not gonna curse and carry on. I'll speak to the owner. They refer me to the district manager, whomever. I don't know. They refer me to someone, right? So here comes this Negro. How you getting all mad at me? I'm the one who should be mad. You ain't gonna let me talk? What you gonna talk about? Then he gonna tell me, well, when you let a car sit and this could happen. I said, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that anymore. I already was explained that. That's not the point. My complaint has had nothing to do with what I'm sitting here about if the car is sitting in the sitting there, and I don't need to know all the engineering. I already understand the engineering of a car. I may not have any tools. I may not know how to fix a car, but I do understand mechanics of a car. Because when you're a woman, particularly when you're a woman, and you have to deal with issues of mechanics, cars, things like that. You have to educate yourself. That's why I hate when women talk about, oh, I'm not gonna let them do it. Let the man. No, you can't just trust everybody and anybody. Let them explain to you what's going on, what's wrong, what needs to be done, so you can be aware of what's happening. Don't always assume a man will always know things, because to me, I've lived in Georgia all these years. Most men don't seem to know shit about nothing. I never come across some of those dumbass Negroes, men in particularly, that don't know nothing about nothing. Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe my expectation is that I think because they're not like my uncles and grandfather, and sometimes even my father to some extent, that people would know things about cars. And maybe my expectations of other previous generations are how they know how to fix things around the house. They know how to things about a car. Maybe my expectations is too high. Maybe my expectations is too much for these people these days, because I don't understand it. I had someone say, well, you can't put a third party battery because the manufacturer, sometimes those batteries from other companies don't work. I said that doesn't make any sense. That don't make any sense. I said the same voltage is enough voltage to turn the car. It has nothing to do with the battery. They don't argue with me telling me it's the battery. No, it's not. I even had sense to know that. I said if the lights are turned on, the radio's turned on, it has nothing to do with the battery. It's not a battery. Especially if you did the hypothesis and you say, okay, put another battery in here, see if it's the battery. If it's happening to the same thing twice, it's not the battery. You know, it ain't the battery. People always want to. So after all of that, when they finally trying to figure out where the car keys were for the car that was blocking my car, and they couldn't find the keys, I was like, really? Y'all lose people customer keys like that? They're gonna say maybe the customer took the car keys. No, they didn't, because the first thing is they ask for the car keys when the person is leaving the car to get repaired or whatever. Now what if the customer didn't have that car keys? Now I'm so curious to know what's going to happen with that issue or scenario. So anyway, so after they took the car in to look at why the check light engine was on, they tell me this. Oh, it just needed to be reset. So nobody reset the check engine light after you repaired the car? You wasn't gonna reset the engine light at all. It wasn't gonna reset automatically. So then here it comes. So me, I already discounted on the bill the first time. I said, y'all gonna discount this bill for my inconvenience, because I shouldn't have been here for no 2 hours just to pick up a car and pay. You know? And then y'all telling me that y'all washed the car when it wasn't washed. Then y'all lied about it. I said that's integrity issues. Just simply say, oh no, we didn't wash the car. Or say you can't wash it. But don't say you washed it and you look it in my eyes when it wasn't. And then I asked to make sure about the check engine light. Make sure that everything has been cleared and everything has been checked with that check engine light. So back to my original thing about the recall. Then they're telling me this. Oh, Miss Smallwood, did you get your campaign notice yet in the mail? About a couple of weeks ago? No, I didn't get anything yet. Oh, you're going to get something in the mail because Kia is taking all those cars off the street let me pull up the article. Hold on, y'all. And I want y'all to tell me, and please share with me. I need some input. So hold on a second. All right, y'all. This is what's going to happen. Hyundai Kia has a $758 million fire settlement. Update. Okay. Now okay, so let me tell you what this means here. So anyway, so they say, okay, Miss Mo, Kia is buying back all the car. They want to buy back your car and give you a settlement for the car. And you have several different choices. They taking these Kias and Hyundais. Now it ranges from 2000. See, I'm going to do another video. I'm not going to do a live stream. I'm going to do another video with the details on this. So let me read this thing real quick on my phone. So anyway, so they told me I could either give back the car. They'll give me $1,500. $1,500, y'all, for a car that I spent $32,000 in back in 2002. Now I haven't got the letter yet. I probably got it in the mailbox as we speak. So they have a class action suit because the cars were catching on fire and people actually died. They were driving the car and the car caught on fire. So someone took a class action suit against Hyundai and Kia because Kia is owned by Hyundai, and they had these recalls of these engines. Now, remember I told y'all about a year ago that I took my car to the dealership and they were telling me, Miss Mo, ain't nothing wrong with your engine. I said, something's wrong. Something is wrong. Oh, that's okay, Jeremy. So I said, something is wrong because it just don't seem right. Something didn't seem right. So when I was in there today, kicking up a storm, I ain't cursed, I ain't carrying on, but they were trying to act like you ain't let nobody speak. No, y'all keep telling me some BS and lying to me, and I'm supposed to drive. I don't feel comfortable driving this car with all these issues, and I had to fight with Kia Consumer Affairs about this. I said I paid $500 and something for a third-party company to check because y'all weren't telling me the truth. How you go to 3 different Kia dealerships and all 3 of them telling you, nothing wrong with the engine? It wasn't until last year, December, after I had to fight and argue, that they finally said, we replaced the engine. They knew this. They knew this because this class action suit was going on for over 2 years now. 2 years. It wasn't, and let me tell you the reason why they replaced my engine, because I mentioned the safety, the United States government that handles safety issues. It wasn't until I mentioned, let me see, what was that name, the actual organization? The federal government was questioning, they had a congressional, they had a congressional hearings where they had the U.S. safety got involved. It wasn't until I mentioned that agency that they said they wanted to replace, they were going to replace my engine. I had to mention that in December of last year before they finally, we're going to replace it with the engine. So anyway, just to give y'all Kia and Hyundai that are covered, all cars 2011 to 2018 and certain 2019 Hyundai Sonatas are included. 2013 to 2018 Hyundai Santa Fe Sport, 2014, 2015, 2018, and certain 2019 Hyundai Tucson is included. 2011 to 2018 and certain 2019 Kia Optima. So my car is included. All 2011 and 2018 and certain 2019 Kia Sorento. All 2011 to 2018 and certain 2019 Kia Sportage vehicles are included. So if anybody owns any of these cars, basically, if you owe a Kia or a Sorento or a Sonata from 2011 to 2019, all those cars is in that class action settlement, and everyone should be getting a campaign letter in the mail, and they're going to ask you to choose different things. Now, if you I had spent money on a preliminary diagnostic, I could either turn in all of my receipts that pertains to this engine problem, and they'll either reimburse me back. But one of the things was because it was like what they said, reimbursement for repairs. So if I had took that car in and spent that $5,000 plus dollars, they would have gave me my money back for that 5,000 something if I took it to pay for the engine. But I said, nope, no, Teresa, no. Don't let them fix that car. Take it back to the dealership and fight for my car for them to replace that engine. Now, if I had sold the car, and since I've lost value in the car, diminished value, I could take the difference of what the car was worth and upgrade the car from good condition for the true book value and get that. But I'm gonna let y'all know in a separate. I don't want to do a live stream. So basically, loss of value for sold or traded in vehicles. So a loss event: engine seizure, stall, engine noise, engine compartment fire, illumination of oil lamp, diagnosis requiring repair of the engine block before receiving the notice of the settlement. The proposal settlement states 90 days date notice are sent out. Drivers can file claims for loss of value for sold or traded in vehicles, must have proof of the transaction value received in addition to the proof of the loss event. Those claims are approved will receive reimbursement of the baseline black book value, wholesale used vehicle value, or sold or traded in class vehicle at the time of the loss, plus an additional $140 goodwill payment minus the actual received from the whatever. Okay, so basically, there's a rebate program about selling the vehicle in an arm's length transaction if they experience an engine failure or engine component fire, purchase a replacement Hyundai or Kia vehicle. May also be used after date notice is sent, blah, 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 da, da, da. All right, so basically, 2014 model is $1,500. 2011 to 2012, $2,000. 2015-2016 model will be $1,000. 2017 to 2019, $500. Now, does that make sense to y'all? How are you going to just give? I'm going to have to read that. When I get this thing in the mail, I'm going to come back to y'all. But basically, Hyundai and Kia, whatever, is taking those cars off the road. And if you're owner of a Kia or Hyundai, or if you ever owned a Kia and a Hyundai, based on all years that I mentioned, even if you sold the car to someone else, they owe you some money. So basically, they say, "Oh, that's money. That's money you are due back to." So they owe me some money. Now, I drove the car back home, and I don't know. It just didn't feel right. So I don't know. I asked the manager, "What would you do?" "Well, I'll keep the car because the car has a lifetime warranty on the engine. So as long as anything goes wrong with that engine, they will always replace that engine." The most expensive part they told me that I'll have to ever worry about when it comes to that car is the engine. So tell me, all 9 of y'all that's been in here, I'm going to send an invite. Don't ask me a bunch of questions either about, well, I'm asking for opinions, input. I'm not looking to buy no new car anytime soon. Matter of fact, I'm not going to buy a new car because the way the economy is now, if you hold on, if you're looking to buy a new car, don't. Because used cars are probably may be way more in demand because a lot of people are credit challenged, financially strapped, if your credit's not that good, you're really not, you're not going to really get any good deals on a new car. And besides, cars depreciate. So if all these cars that's on the car lot dealership, they own the dealership price. Well, they got all these cars they need to get rid of. Matter of fact, this person ain't talking to me no more. I think they got a Kia, whatever, and I keep telling them for the longest. I think they had a Kia. Matter of fact, they probably get some money. Their car ain't worth nothing. Now their car they got ain't worth junk. I keep telling that person stop putting. I said, why you put $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 in this car? And this person would benefit from this, but I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna call this person on the phone. If they don't pick up, they mad at me or whatever the case may be. Then oh well. And it was over some stupid stuff too. But let me know. Tell me what y'all think. I'm gonna take this off now because y'all ain't reading it. So tell me, do you get rid of the car? Do you get rid of the car, get whatever money they say they're going to give you, or keep it? If y'all say keep the car, put a 1. If you say take whatever the settlement is, put 2. So go ahead and participate because y'all not going to join the live stream. So let me know. Go ahead and put the numbers in. 1, take the settlement. 2, don't take the settlement. I'll wait till y'all tell me what y'all want to do. Vicky, you said 2. Tell me reason why, Vicky. Or put in the chat your reason. Or better yet, you can come online and chat with me. Come on now, who else got anything they want to put in? Oh, 1,500 is a slap in the face. You got that right. They better take $1,500 plus the repairs. But I'm gonna read that thing real closely because, like I said, I was reading from some website, but that's not the actual outline. So I need to get that letter and see what all the choices were. And then the other thing was they should pay me back the money I repaired, plus I'll keep the car. But see, when you go and settle in a class action suit, I can't turn around and sue them. Ooh, my hair needs to go and be a mess. See, I'm not trying to drive a car that's not safe. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that car tomorrow at the different Kia dealership up the street from the job, from Amazon Duluth, and I'm gonna ask them, how much is the value of this car worth if I get something else? Just to get a written appraisal and see how much they'll give me if I was to buy something else. I ain't buying no other Kia. I know that for sure. I'm not gonna do that. They're gonna have to is the car working and running? Yes, it's running. It's working and running. I picked up the car today, Vicky, and the car is running. So when I drove it from Kia Lithonia back home, it's running. No, they're gonna junk the car anyway. See, they want everybody to they want to let me see. I was looking at this for instance. Let me see what this was. I got something from Kia South with even though this expired July 31st. They said this is what they said. Black book trade in value for the 2013 Kia Optima was $7,750. If I was to do the no payments for 90 days, 0% APR, or $1,000 trade-in bonus. So they have this, and this is what they was offering, a buyback. So I already know in terms of 0 APR, rather than me going through the car dealership finance company, I probably could get 1%, if not 0% financing anyway through Capital One because my credit score is over 700. So Teresa never puts a down payment on any car ever in her life. I bought a Mazda Protege. I got that Toyota Corolla and a Kia. I have not put not one penny down on any car when I ever purchase a car. Never, ever. Hey, Monica G. So I ain't never paid no money on no car. And ever. And my credit score, what it is now I may not have the money in terms of, I wasn't making money like I used to make when I was working for the federal government. But, along with my savings and my credit score, I never walk. I told this to a few people. I tried to tell this to a few people who wanted to get a car to drive Uber and Lyft. And they're like listening. How you going to listen to some broke ass, poor credit other people for advice when Teresa's helping you and telling you the right thing? They turn around because they didn't like what I had to say. They're going to run to these other people who ain't got two nickels to rub in, but get on YouTube dry begging for rent money and all this crazy stuff. And then when I try to help this particular person out, I said, so and so and so, you got a pre-approval from the Navy credit union at that. I said, you already got pre-offered letter to get a car. Buy a car through the credit union. Don't lease no car with to drive no Kia and no Kia. Don't buy no car to drive no Uber and no Lyft, paying over $1,000-something a month. I said that doesn't financially make sense. I said even if you got bad credit, you could go on to what's the place that you could buy cars online now? I said you get a better deal, and I even helped this person. I sat there at Chick-fil-A for hours with them, going online and talking about. I said no, they only ask for you to pay $1,200 down payment. Your car payment is $400-something a month. I said you could save. I said tax season's coming up in a couple of months. You could, try to put some money down or get some, They got mad at me, wasted my damn time, got all in their feelings, spoke to these other two people, and probably said something bad about me. But listen to Teresa. She, because I ain't kissing your ass and being like, oh, poor so and so, and you doing some stupid dumb shit, and then you're gonna come to me months later. I was mad at you because the way you talk to me. No, because you wasted my time, and then I'm trying to tell you something, and you turn around. I don't like people to waste my time. I didn't curse at the person. I wasn't mean to them, but don't be dumb and be acting like, well, Oh, no, I can't. And you're not no 16, 17-year-old. You're a grown-ass man, almost 30-something years old. You know, I can't stand people who can't, I can't stand people who don't use their common sense. And then when you try to be patient with them and tell them, look, this costs you this much. This costs you that. This don't make no sense. Go with this route, so and so and so. I ain't got enough credit. I said, you already got a membership at the credit union. If you're a member of a credit union, you most likely better chance getting better deals on auto loans, financing, whatever. That's why your money is in the credit union. You got to start somewhere. But no, did this person listen? No. They turned around, talk behind my back, and act like I didn't find out. And then you're gonna listen to two people who ain't got two nickels to rub together? Boy, bye. I would never listen to nobody. If you're telling me, oh, my credit score is 400 and I ain't got my money for rent because it fell out the window and it flew out the mailbox and you on YouTube, you know, people like, oh, so you're so nice. And they giving them money and stuff. Man, that's some bullshit. You know, they're gonna tell me, you always seem mad and angry. No, I'm always seem mad and angry because I always keep listening to stupid shit and come across stupid stuff and people want to, you know, bring it to me. And then when you try to tell someone something, then you want to put your name to the mug. Don't come to me with that foolishness. Don't come with no foolishness. You know, maybe I need to stop having too much passion for other people's money and let them do what they want to do. Because obviously, don't come to me. Don't ask me for my opinion. And then when I say no, that doesn't make any sense. No, this and this, and I write it down and I explain it, and then you turn around. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna do it this way. Then why you ask me? Don't do stupid stuff. Then you get on YouTube making videos about you did this and this and that. I was like, I'm gonna be laughing at you. I'm gonna laugh. I'm going to laugh. You know, people always trying to tell people being negative. How is it being negative if you're telling somebody, why are you going to pay $1,200 a month to lease a car, and then you don't get nothing, and nothing comes from that? No, I'm always angry all the time because I keep talking about the same stupid stuff. There's a difference, Vicky. There's a big difference. There's a big difference when you responded to stupid stuff and you have to keep going it over and over and over and over again. So you know what? I'm gonna turn up a new leaf. I'm not gonna put more concern about your problem if you ain't concerned about yours. If you're not concerned about your problems, you're not concerned about your issues, then don't ask me for advice. Don't ask me for advice, but you're going to ask me for advice? That's your choice. But when I hear about it from somebody else that said that they said something about me, yes, I'm going to come up and be angry. Therefore, anywho, so back to my topic. So, that's the situation. So, Kia in Snellville, a few months ago, they come to me. I said, how much is what is the book value on this car? He come back and tell me $5,000. But yet, another dealership put down. I was like, y'all think I'm stupid. You better add another 2 G's or 3 G's to that number. But I'm not going to trade no car in. If I trade that car, all they're going to do is take the cars back. They're going to buy these cars back from people, give them whatever money. I'm waiting for the campaign letter to come so I can read it and see exactly what it's saying. They're going to crush the cars. They're not going to resell it. They're not going to sell it to these third-party market companies, car dealerships. And if people do that, It's also transferable, put it that way. Yeah, I can't care. I can't. I'm not going to. I'm not going to care no more. I'm not. I just hate it when people say stupid stuff or say things that's incorrect. And they know it's incorrect, or you tell them it's incorrect. So, anyway, so my intuition is correct. All along, I said, no, something's wrong, something ain't right. But even then, even if I did get rid of it, even if I did pay 5,000 something, what was the worst thing that could have happened? After all of that time, they owe me some money. So one way or the other, I'm getting some money back. I'm going to wait for that letter to come. It's probably in the mail. It's probably downstairs sitting in that pile of mail, which I hope it is, because I know I didn't throw it in the garbage. I hope I didn't throw it in the garbage. I doubt it. But anyway, so they told me don't never let a car sit, even when it comes, because you could mess up your tires, because they said if it's sitting on that cement and it's not moving, you could mess up, what they said, it's like rubber rot or something. When you let a car sit and then you let that tires dry out and stuff like that. So they said drive that car at least twice a month. They told me to do it. So that's okay. So tomorrow morning, tomorrow, I'm gonna go get the emission test done. Get my tags, because I don't have no recent tags, so I can't drive the car because I ain't got no tags. It's tags from last year. So I'm gonna get my tags. I'm gonna drive that car. And then when I get the letter in the campaign, I think it's like 90 days. So I gotta decide what I'm gonna do. But if they're gonna give me $1,500, I'm like, They must be talking about $1,500 plus something else. But if the car is sold and I lost the book value, then I wonder if I can get the book value and a good value. I don't know. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see. They told me my car engine was not part of the problem of that was blowing up and stuff. But I said, well, what were y'all gonna do with the car anyway? The systems in the car itself was $4,000 something. So I was like, dang, just to get rid of the systems and just to crush that whole entire car, all those dang the money on the wheels, the brand new engine. You're just gonna crush the car like that in this lifetime warranty? There's a lifetime warranty on the engine. That means I can keep that car. I don't know. I'll find out. I'm gonna find out. I'll be curious just to see what the book value would be. Maybe what I should do is go to Toyota, look at a Toyota. Don't tell them I had a trade in at the time. I said, no, let me look, let me think. Let them talk that way down, way down. And then say, oh, okay, I got a trade in. And because see, now I know how to now if you buy cars, you gain experience by how to negotiate. Women, we need to stop niggling. We need to stop. Oh no, I'm a woman. I'm dumb. I don't know nothing about cars. Stop doing that. You don't have to fix no car. You ain't got to have no. There's some women I know. They know how to fix cars. Lynn, talking to you, you real mechanical, but don't demise yourself for being a woman that you don't know nothing. You could always need to learn something. Learn to do things, because I'm sorry to say, even the ones who got a husband and they married, unless you married a mechanic or someone in that works with their hands and they really good technical, you better learn for yourself how to understand things and don't let people tell you anything. They'll see you coming a mile a minute and be telling you something that's wrong because they just simply tell you that. You coming in for a simple oil change, then they're gonna try to tell you, oh, it's this carburetor and blah 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 da 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 da. Something's wrong. Okay, show me. I want to see it. Break it down to me. Tell me why something's wrong. I'm not gonna just accept anything. Pam Mim, yeah, that might be true. Private. That's what they're gonna give you. They're gonna give you the private book value or the black book value from a private. Oh, they'll give you a dealer could give you book value if you know what you're talking about. That's the thing, Pam. I saw another person's video that was talking about that, and they were saying it was something I took note from that. It wasn't the book value, Kelly book back value. It's something you have to look at what the bank offers. It's something you have to look at the bank. The bank got something, I can't remember what it's called. I'm going to do some research. I'm not going to do a live video about it. Next time I do a video, I'm going to do a video on my research. I just can't remember what it's called. Because you have to understand, when you go to finance a car, the financing either going to come from the dealer financing, like Toyota Finance, Kia Finance. They all got their own finance company. But if you get it financed on your own, you go there, apply for a loan with the bank, credit union. They'll look up the value. They'll look up the value of what the car is worth based on the loan value they're going to give you. And they'll tell you. And when they do that, then you know how much a car is worth when you go to the dealer. So it's someone's YouTube video that spoke about that. And I was like, okay, that does make sense. Because let me tell you, I didn't pay for that $1,700 they're talking about. It was going to cost me to repair the car. I said, hell no. So by the time I finished out of them today, with that waste of my time, they lowered their repair cost lower than what I was supposed to come in with. So with taxes and all, I end up saving almost $600. They took $600 off. I said, nope. What's this? I said, what's this shop fee for $35? What's that for? I said, nope, I'm not paying no $35 shop fee. No, they took that off. It was some other foolishness. And I said, nope. I said, I want 15% of this, 10% of that. Then they took off more. Once I got through with them, And what I spent today, and what I spent back in January, and what I spent last year, if I choose to, whatever options that letter says, based on my calculations, it's at least $3,000. And then if I lost value on that car, and I go somewhere else and buy another car, or I just simply say, you know what, I just want to trade this in, and I lost money, I'll get the difference. No, that was after because I didn't do it yet. They're going to have to go back because I didn't sell it. If I had sold that car already and I lost value and I didn't get the full thing, Toyota, Kia or Hyundai or whatever would have to give me the difference back. So whichever route I took, if I did that last year, one way or the other, I would have got my money back. But I had a feeling that there was going to be 3 years ago, at least, I had a feeling that there was problems with this car, in terms of, when I first came across about the engine issues, and I said, this car, no, ain't nothing wrong with your car, ain't nothing wrong with your engine, y'all didn't fall in that, and it probably didn't. It probably wasn't one of it. It probably wasn't, but I know my one lesson that I've learned. I'm not going to buy another Hyundai or Kia ever again in life. They could give me 2 Kias or 2 Hyundais And they go say, oh, they gonna be giving away those cars. You will not see Teresa driving in a Kia or Hyundai never, ever again. Never. And I told them that when I left, and I told them that every time I walk into a Kia. I said, nope, I wouldn't buy nothing from y'all. You know, never. I'll never do that. My sister, my niece, I think they were talking about she wanted to buy a Kia, or she bought one recently. I might have to call my sister and tell her about it tomorrow when I talk to her. So next time I buy something, it's going to be it's going to be either like a Toyota. It might be a Toyota because I feel about my Toyota 2002 Toyota. I'm trying to look at something. Let me see. Hyundai purchased 50% of Kia in the late 1990s. Mm. Korean cars. Why is so cheap? I'm staying with Japanese Toyota. You didn't buy no Korean car. Yep. Why did somebody ask a question on this thing? Kura, Quara. Why does Korean cars such as Hyundai, Kia, and Daewoo cars not last as long as Japanese cars such as Toyota and Nissan? Now I don't know about this one. Korean cars much more reliable than American or German cars. Not. Another thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to buy no turbo. Anything with a turbo engine, turbo, anything. Nope. And that goes for any car for that matter. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to buy no turbo, nothing. Mm-mm. So I'll let y'all know what the update will be about that. But for now, the car's fixed. Brand new engine, fuel pump, starter. And I'm just going to drive both of them at the same time. But I'm going to go and see. I'll see what my options would be. But if I even get one inkling, even if I smell something that looks like it's burning, I'm like, mm-mm. I'm like, go right up in there. Say, here you go. Give me my little check, and then Write that off as my loss because that's exactly what it is. It's a loss. And that's what I'm going to do. Claim that right on my tax return, Schedule C. The car was used exclusively for business, and I'll see what my options are all the way around. So, and then if you got an iPhone, that's another thing. iPhones, Apple owes people money. You bought an iPhone 6, 5, 7, 3, 4. They owe you $50 per phone. If you know what your Apple ID is, that's another class action suit that I came across and said Apple may owe you some money. And I bought 3 iPhone 4s, so threes, or no, not threes. I know it was a 4. And I can't remember what the Apple IDs were for the other 2. So Apple owes me $150 per phone for some old phones. All you need is your Apple ID. You don't have to have the actual phone. So if you got any old Apple iPhones laying around and you know your Apple ID, there was a class action suit. I did that a few months. I did that about a couple of months ago. A little bit over a month and a half ago. I submitted my class action suit claim for that. So I got a whole bunch of monies coming to me in the next couple of months. I never got nothing from Instacart. I don't know what the hell happened with them. Instacart, Sprint. Sprint is another one. I had got a class action suit letter from last year about I used to work for them years ago. And they owe there was some money involved with that. That's about $300. So I got a whole bunch of little monies coming out of the woodwork on stuff. You'd be amazed. Yep, Apple. I'm going to talk about that once I find the information. Let me see if I got the link. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, if you ever had an iPhone, there was a class action suit that you're supposed to have filled out for that. All you need is your Apple ID, and then it'll pop up. And they supposed to pay. It was something with the memory or something like that. There's a bunch of class action suits that most people. I know that Instacart owes me some money. I ain't got nothing. I got a letter from Instacart over a year ago about a class action suit of some money, and I ain't got that $300 something yet. It was last year's summer to be exact. But that's all right. It was different class action lawsuits with things. But let me look at something real quick. Hold on. I'll be back, Monica. All right, I'm about to share a new screen. Hey, what's that noise? All right, y'all see that? Y'all see that? Y'all didn't see it? What happened? All right, y'all see this? I Googled it, but it's another website. If you go to Google the website, oh, now can y'all see it? Oh, that ain't it. Hold on. All right, y'all see it now? Well, anyway, been a busy night. Yeah. Okay, somewhere in this link, there's a link right here. It says website set up for user to submit claims. If you click on that link, it's going to take you to the link to file your it's going to take you to that link and you could file. I think it was like, I know when I filed mine, damn it, I know when I filed mine, it said it was $50 because it had something to do with the data. It was something where Apple was deceiving people about data. And if you had an Apple, I know you had an Apple 6, 7, 5, 4, there was $50 per Apple ID account or per phone that you got. I know I had 3, so I can't find the I can't find the other Apple IDs that was under it, so I have to find paperwork. But you have until about October to file and get your $50 because Apple already settled that. But they're not trying to tell nobody about it. That's the messed up thing about it. They're not telling no one about it. You just have to somehow. Yeah, I always know the ins and outs of stuff. Cause I'll be doing, I'll be on my computer and I've heard that before about somebody was talking about the Apple with the battery. It was something with the battery, but that was like $25. So yeah, just go on there. Maybe the next time I make a video, I'll put all the links in the description so I could have it available. Yeah, so you'll be surprised how much money people be owing for things in class action suits. Sometimes people think, oh, you only get $25. Oh, it's only gonna be $100. But but sometimes it could be $200, $300, $400. I've gotten class action suits. I applied for a job years ago with Cracker Barrel. And Cracker Barrel had that lawsuit for that discrimination, and they said, "Have you ever?" And I used to work at one of the subsidiaries. It wasn't Cracker Barrel. I didn't work at Cracker Barrel, but it was a bunch of companies that's owned by the same company. And if you ever worked there, they had owed people money. And somehow or another, they had owed me a check. It was like over $200. And this was like, I said, well, dang, where did $200 came from? And it was like a few years ago. It was a while back that I worked at a company, whatever the company was. But somehow or another, a few years later, these companies be owing people money. You'd be surprised. And at this point in our stage in the game, all that money is going to be really needed when this economic collapse happens. Because see, we're not in no economic despair right now. See, right now, the only reason why, there's a lot of people, millions of people losing their jobs and things like that. The only thing that's keeping this economy afloat is that the artificial monies they generating through that stimulus. Now, I'm not talking about the second stimulus, but they kind of delaying that a little bit till probably October. People probably start seeing a second stimulus. But by them doing that, you're kind of putting a Band-Aid on the problem. And it's not the coronavirus either. Coronavirus exposed it, but it didn't create the problems. It just kind of opened up the wound with that. And I agree with the analysis that was stated about that, because before the coronavirus happened, they were saying the economy was going to go on it was going to be on a downturn, but they said they didn't know it was going to happen this year or next year, but they said it was going to happen. And they said because, even though Trump would say, oh, make America great again, everything is good and grand and stuff. 2008, when they had the economic collapse, they still really haven't recovered from that. It started to go up a little bit, but it wasn't really fixed, put it that way. And if you're black, it really didn't help us and fixed us to nothing, And it made sense because, when you put big artificial stimulus of keeping the economy afloat, even though Wall Street is making money right now, Wall Street is off that chain. Right now, my thrift plan and stuff is doing real good, but I can't touch it. It ain't like, I'm not at retirement age, so it's not like I could touch it. But in terms of like, the economy as a whole, that Rona really put a damper on a lot of small businesses, and these businesses, coronavirus didn't really shut it down. It was already in the verge of going down in the first place, So I don't know. All I know is don't be trying to buy things that you can't afford. Don't be trying to, I have people on the Facebook groups They tell me, I want to buy a house. I said, don't buy it now. You better wait. And when you do that, you wait until. But right now, the only thing that's really going to be affected real estate wise is commercial real estate. That's going to really be the kicker. Commercial real estate is going to be really bad. Residential properties is going up, but in terms of the real estate market is really if you're renting and on top of people losing their jobs and the high cost of housing. See, the housing market is going to go up, up, up because it's going to be beyond reach for anybody to afford to buy a home. So if you're looking to buy a house, even in the most raggediest areas, these big companies and big real estate agents and companies from overseas and foreign countries, and they're buying up, but the properties up. I was so curious last night, I was watching on Netflix. She Gotta Have It, and it was that old the new Spike Lee the series. I was reminiscing about New York, and I was like, man, hey Colas, I was like, man, I sure wish that I could have bought a brownstone in New York, in Brooklyn at the time, because my aunt, before she passed away, she had owned a condo in Brooklyn, right there in Bensonhurst, not Bensonhurst. She was in not Bensonhurst. I can't remember. But anyway, it wasn't, well, when she passed away, she had a condo. And then she also had a house in South Carolina. And I know my cousin Travis, he was living in the house. Then, no, yeah, I know. No, she didn't live in Bed-Stuy. What part of that was it? Williamsburg. Something like that. You lived in Bushwick? I can't remember what part it was. I know it was Montrose Avenue in Brooklyn. And I know that condo. I know that how been paid off and paid off at the time. My aunt lived there probably when she moved to New York, And so I was watching that show, She Gotta Have It, and I was like, man. So I went online and looked at those brownstones. Man, they were $1.35 million up in Park Slope. I lived in Park Slope. That was the last place I lived there. I lived in a dorm on Long Island University when they had dorms, and anybody from anywhere in the New York City colleges could live in the dorm. You didn't have to go to LIU to live in the dorm. And I lived over there in Park Slope, and I was like, man, I remember that area looked like much nothing. And hurt my heart when they sold. I know, they did? Really? I didn't know she lived I didn't know she lived in Brooklyn. Yes, I was watching this. I was watching the show, and I don't know if you ever watched that Netflix series. She's Gotta Have It. That Spike Lee. And I remember meeting Spike Lee. They used to live in Clinton Hills, Park Slope area with his skinny legs and his sister, and they lived in that area. They probably stayed there to live there. Man, it was nothing at one point to live over there. My dad owned a building and sold it in 2000. It is. I went on their website to look at the real estate properties. Those brownstones up in Park Slope, it was like 1.3, 2.3, 3.3 million dollars. And then the thing about it, it's a two-family, because like downstairs in the brownstones, they have like a whole apartments downstairs. Then you lived in the, because my aunts lived in the brownstones in the Bronx, Morris Avenue. That's how I remember those brownstones all up and down that block was boarded up. It was all boarded up, and Nobody was living in there. I mean, it was a nice block, and they had people bought up those brownstones, and because you literally had three. It was really like three apartments. You had upstairs, there was a unit by itself. Then you had the downstairs, had its own apartment. Then right below that you never see nobody get out of, that was an apartment too. Full bathrooms, everything. And those things cost nothing at the time. The South Bronx, all the burnt up buildings and stuff. People like, I didn't know if the Bronx. I tell you before my mother sold the house in New York before she moved to South Carolina. We bought it was $135,000 when we had that when they lived in that house. And when she sold that house, and y'all know I told y'all when the Chi got lost, and someone found the dog, and my mother was moving back and forth, and she sold that house in the Bronx for $380,000, over $380,000 plus dollars, and then the house was 135 years ago, so it's triple than what she was paying and living. Yeah, everybody's moving in the Bronx because they can't afford to live in Brooklyn. Brooklyn million. The cheapest thing I saw last night online in Brooklyn was a studio apartment for 380 something thousand. I was like, a studio, because I was thinking about wanting to buy something in New York. Because not to say I want to move back to New York, but I was just curious. So, but I was looking up New York real estate because they were saying there was a whole bunch of empty apartments in Manhattan, and everybody was moving out of New York. Everybody's moving out of the city. They moving out, and they said they had. So all those people who was buying those brownstones in Brooklyn and spent all that money, they want to buy. They want to sell it. And actually, some of the real estate prices were going down in Brooklyn. But so yeah, everybody's moving. If they staying in, put it this way, if they want to stay in New York and they want to buy something, they move into the Bronx. But like I told, did I make a video about that? Or was I dreaming about it that I was talking about it? Oh no, I wasn't talking about it. I was writing about it. I was writing something about it in somebody's news read. I don't know what you call it. It was something, one of those questions was asked on one of those websites, and I was writing about it. And that's what I thought I made a video about it. And I was talking about it. They said, why was the Bronx not gentrified yet? And I said, the reason why the Bronx is not gentrified yet is because I need to live with you. I know. Pick any one of these 2 rooms that I got. And what? You need to go live with me right now, Colas. Let me put the link in here so you can finally come on in here. All right, click on the link. You come into the stream. I'm tired of talking by myself. Yeah, so I said the reason why the Bronx is not as gentrified compared to the other boroughs is because people don't move out of the Bronx as quickly as people move out of other cities. Like South Bronx, the area in the Bronx where I live, those people live there for generation after generation. They don't move out of New York as quickly. Now, the only reason why my mother moved out of New York, because after my father passed away and she was retired, and after living there for 40 something years, I think she wanted to just be closer back to South Carolina. That's where my mother's from. But I think if my father was still alive, they wouldn't have been so quick to move to New. Well, they would have moved out of New York, but they probably would have moved and bought a summer home. They would have probably been snowbirds, I guess, because they wanted to move to. My father at the time, they wanted to move to like Western Carolina. And the part of Carolina they wanted to move to was nowhere close to where their relatives were. They wanted to move, what's that part of North Carolina? Burlington? That real upper part of North Carolina. That's where they wanted to move. They wanted to move to Western. That's what my father always mentioned. They wanted to move that part of North Carolina, not Charlotte, not no Winston-Salem. I mean that real outskirts where not a whole bunch of black folks that everybody be moving because you don't want to move where everybody move. Everybody want to congregate, and then then it makes you might as well stay back in the Bronx. But at some point you want to kind of live more peacefully, not live on top of each other. Live on top of each other. See, everybody want to move to Charlotte. Everybody want to move to Atlanta. Man, Atlanta's closed. Closed. No more. We don't need no more people from the north or anywhere else moving back to Atlanta. We closed. We ain't got nothing else to give. Bring all the traffic. Bring all the ratchetness. Bring all the be crowded. To be honest with you, I've lived in Atlanta for 20 something years, and I'm getting really tired of living here myself. It's not like it's just too much, and then people moving from California and all over. Charleston used to be a real quaint, small town. Cost of living was not so bad, expensive. And then when you have everybody move, everybody want to move, you drive up. I used to go to South Carolina. I knew when I used to get to certain parts of South Carolina, it was like a smooth, no traffic, no. Now, I'm like, where the hell this highway came from? Brand new bridge highway, people moving from all over the place. Economic sprawl, overbuilt. See, that's why Charleston and Savannah, they got those provisions. You just can't build up these brand new buildings. They're real strict with that, with those codes, They try to keep it the original infrastructure, You'll never see sky-rise buildings and makeshift buildings all over the place in Charleston. Now, maybe in the little outskirts, you probably start to see that. But even then, it starts to change a little bit, But Atlanta, no, we don't need no more people in Atlanta. Please stay where you at. But New York, let me back to my point. New York, it was saying that there was empty apartments in New York. So many people moving out of New York. They said they had empty apartments. Prices start going down. Things that people bought, people who bought these brownstones and these houses for millions of dollars. It's like when the real estate flips back, there's going to be some economic troubles. There's going to be some problems. And then I just got to watching these other videos about these two black people. They're young, talking about, Baltimore's going to be the next New York, and it's going to just buy into Baltimore. Who the hell want to live in damn raggedy ass Baltimore? I'm looking, I was like, Baltimore, really? Baltimore ain't. They hoping that people buy not near John Hopkins, not near, the Naval Academy. I'm like, who the hell want to buy anything in Baltimore? And it was like, it's gonna go with the next real estate boom. It's gonna be in Baltimore. No, it ain't. Baltimore been like raggedy city since 1960 something, and it's been like that now. Now I'm not trying to down on people's dreams or thing, but my question was when I was in the stream was, are you going to bring commercial infrastructure into Baltimore? It's not so. It ain't bad to buy houses. Baltimore has had low population. They want to pay people to move to Baltimore. Now, I probably would invest in REITs, REITs. That's basically I become a private lender, loan money, hard money to people to fix up properties, flip them. I get 12% back interest when the property is fixed and finished, and then after that, I would never buy a bunch of houses and try to flip them. You would have to get hard money and then hope that you get people to buy them. But there's certain points where I was like, why would I want to do that? Because these flipping houses and people buying cheap houses just to flip them. Um, yeah, they're buying Baltimore to flip them, but these particular groups that I've seen, it was, they was like, oh, so and so. But that's where, let me tell you where the problem comes into that when you do that. People who are buying properties now in Baltimore, they're trying to buy them from real cheap. It's good that you see these TV shows on this old house, not this old house, HGTV, and they have people buying these houses and making them beautiful and see that's cut. That's only cut. That's like 7, 8 months or a year they film it, but they don't tell you the bad side behind it. See, a lot of people who is doing that, what they show on TV, and people say they actually lost money. They lost money. See, we don't have money for these 100-year-old houses. I'm in Vegas now. Same mess. See, that's what I'm saying. People, they trying to create this bubble because that's what it is. It's a bubble that's going to be busted within a year. And what I was looking at this people who was trying to, it was on Facebook, and it was like buy properties in Baltimore. But I said, okay, that's good and dandy, but what about the jobs? See, it's not going to work. It's not about building up a bunch. What's the point of building up a bunch of houses if there's no jobs available for people to work to pay for these houses? If there's no other infrastructure involved where people could afford to get great jobs and have, you know, coffee shops and places that people could go to shop and, nice malls and commercial real estate part of it, it ain't gonna work. You just, you just hoping to buy, and then people ain't got the money to buy a house or a mortgage. See, I'm glad I bought my house when I did, even though as much as I be thinking, oh shoot, I should have not bought this house, just because it was just too much. You know, it was because of the fact that I was like, dang, cutting grass. I thought I was gonna do all these, improvements and things like that. And I still probably would do it now. It's just that I've been working and working just to keep up with maintaining this house. And and then the other thing people like to say about buying into real estate or buy your own house is the tax write-offs. Let me tell you, that was good and dandy 5 years ago, but now with the tax laws that were changed, where the standard deductions and everything is doubled, and you cannot even claim real estate interest in the points on your tax return anymore, it's not a tax advantage. It really isn't. It's not really a tax advantage. The only way it's an advantage, um, you have to look at the cost. There's other things involved. If something happens, roof, air conditioning unit come up, um, maintenance, you got to set aside at least certain amount of money. And I'm not talking about a couple $100. I'm talking about a few $1,000s to keep up and repair for those maintenance costs. They got the jobs, 3 huge hospitals, commerce. Really? Baltimore got all that, Monica? Or are you talking about Las Vegas? about all that? Baltimore? Really? Yeah, but they already had parts of Baltimore. I ain't say all of Baltimore, but there's parts of Baltimore that already went through its gentrification part of people made some money depending on where on that they have the jobs they want. Yeah. It depends. See, it depends where in Baltimore or are they talking about when they talk about building. They talk. I don't know. I have. It's been a minute since I've been through Baltimore, but from from what I'm kind of seeing that people were trying to do was buy. They were trying to get people to buy into Baltimore and flip houses and stuff. But I said, well, by the time, put it this way, by the time people try to buy something in Baltimore, a house or whatever, it's already been bought up by the big companies or hedge funds. These big hedge fund companies already got it. So it's kind of hard to go. That's why I said I would never buy. I would never go into the housing, it's real estate in that matter. I rather do it where I invest my money in a fund and then let my little bit of money pay me back 12% in that. I wouldn't want to buy a bunch of houses and stuff. Let me buy this house and hope to sit on it because if you don't have, you have to have money. You have to make sure you have money to fix up that plumbing. You got to have money to pay those contractors. Most of that money that people get that does that, they go into hedge fund companies. It won't. The only person who's making the money like that crooked, what's his name, the black guy in Atlanta, talking about he protesting Houston's, he's a crook. He was in prison. He was a crook and still a thief. You can't put lipstick on a monkey and think it's going to look cute. He's doing that. And for some reason, I just don't, for some reason, I looked into what is it, Wilson? What's that boy, that man, his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. So about my queen, and we went to Houston's, and they went server, and they did that. I was like, first of all, I find it real amazing how you flip up that camera the minute you got into Houston's. I've been to that Houston's. That Houston's so staying small, you can't sit three people at a table at a Houston's. And I was like, why he lying? Talk about they didn't want to seat him, and this. I said, you can't even sit six people at that small ass Houston's. And then you're gonna try to get other people in trouble. Most people who work there are black waitress, bartenders and stuff. And then you trying to protest with that stupid ass TI and going on dang YouTube protesting. So about my queen, and then they sit up in here and bought all those houses up in the poor neighborhoods and black neighborhoods. Yeah, Jay Morrison. That Tulsa thing he was trying to the funds and he was trying to buy properties up in Philadelphia, Baltimore, Atlanta, and that Tulsa fund, and you put 500, 600 no, what was some large amount of money, and I looked into it very seriously, and I said, okay. I looked into that and I was like, I looked into that real close. And I was like, no, something in my spirit, discernment. I have a spirit of discernment. People always tell me I had that about things. And it was like, so when I first came across him a couple of years ago, he had these classes in Atlanta. Up there had that office in Buckhead. Up there in Buckhead, like he doing something and paying classes for people to invest in his classes and putting money in some fund. I ain't seen nothing yet, Tulsa Fund. I tried looking it up and I couldn't find anything on that. I didn't find no notices, nothing filed with the SEC filed for that fund. So he supposed to buy property in Philadelphia, some big building, and you supposed to get back. So I ain't seen nothing done yet. I was like, that Negro, black folks, we be a detriment to our own selves sometimes. Sometimes it's not always, oh, the white man, oh, they do this to us. Sometimes we do it to ourselves. Scamming, selling out, all those black neighborhoods in Atlanta. When he came about and you took advantage, the only people that lived in the areas that he bought out were white folks. What about all those black people who got displaced in Atlanta that lived in those houses? The grandmama been paid it off in full and passed it along to their next generation. Tell me how you came in there and bought up from your own people for white folks to live up there. I wouldn't trust that, and I don't care what nobody say. He got my queen, dumb niggas. You were nothing but a hood rat up in damn New Jersey. A street thug less 10 years ago, peddling drugs, and you think you put on a damn suit that you think you helping somebody? He ain't helping a damn person, but lining his own pockets. Dumb nigga thieves. I hate when people be thinking, people who go to jail, no, you're in jail for a reason, you're in prison for a reason. Not all people, but trust me, I'm not, people say, hey, you'll be so mad. No, I'm not mad. See, that's the stupid thing that I'll be talking about that be getting me hyped up. It's stupid shit. People always think, oh, they serve their with the society. No, 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 no. All you did was displace your own people. And I have to be honest with y'all, I know I'm not expecting keeping your own money, being greedy is not a crime, but most people came from that environment. Projects, low income. I find it amazing how they just want to come back to the neighborhood and give up some dry ass turkey during Thanksgiving, or we giving out some school supplies. Niggas, ain't nobody want no dried ass turkey, and as for some school supplies, most of the people, who the hell wants still stuff? And then you are giving out some kind of dried up, high sodium, unhealthy food and think you're doing something. It's a very few people I really respect that, that really do something. It was this football player in Atlanta. He lived in, he played for Tampa. Warwick, Warick, Warwick. I can't remember his first name. I love him. And the reason why I love him, now he's retired. He retired from the NFL. At least a few years now. He has a foundation, and he built a house in Atlanta. I know he built some houses up in Florida. And he built these houses and donated to families that were in need. Furnished it. I'm not, and to me, all these, black millionaires, billionaires, they could afford to do some sort of housing. I'm not expecting you to house maybe 200,000 people. It's money. But if you really think about all these people, basketball, football, entertainers, they have established their own hedge funds, money, and built up affordable housing. Going back and forth. I just don't understand it. I always said to myself, if I was in a position like that and I was able to do that, I would. Somehow or another, I would do that. Now, yeah, somebody got to pay the utilities, somebody got to pay the water, somebody got to pay this, someone got to pay that. But these same people Well, some of them, they invest in properties just to displace your own people from those neighborhoods. That's why I don't believe in charter schools. People should, oh, let me send my kids to any school that's in the best neighborhoods. No. Improve on the schools that's in your neighborhood first. Improve on the quality of education where you live. Not stop trying to worry about gentrifying or integrating with other people, sending your kids all the way across town because you think their school system is better. So, and it may be better somewhere else. It is better, but it's not about the color that distinguish what's better. What makes it better, it has more to do with economics. It's always about its economics. That's what it is. It ain't about white people, Indian and Asian people are smarter than black folks. It's because they have more of an economic advantage. They let their money circulate within their communities. That's what it is. And being more involved in your community, you know. The reason why black folks in America is, as a collective whole, is why we're at a disadvantage. Yeah, we could talk about slavery, says, well, these other people, yeah, that's true. The other people, Mexican, Hispanic, and other, Caribbean, Asian, they didn't come here in slaves. They didn't come here in chains, forced to be enslaved. Unlike our ancestors who came here. But when I like looking at older films, documentaries, and when they were speaking about like the Black Wall Street and um, Auburn Avenue, Harlem, when black people were really, they really seemed like they did well for themselves. Even there's a community in Greenville, you know, they said black folks really did well. And the thing I noticed about it is that they didn't integrate. They were, they was fighting for equal rights when it comes to voting and making sure their money is valued just as much and get the same opportunities. But I think that when we had to be when we had to be resilient on ourselves, we had our own, black folks had our own hospitals, schools, neighborhoods, family structure was together, everybody worked together, we strive, had our own businesses. Yeah, white folks came in there and destroyed it, but most of the time it was what? Dumb crackers, poor, who was jealous, and they felt, oh, why they got that, and they destroyed it. But you always have to realize when there's an economic downturn, when things start getting bad as a country as a whole, people are going to be jealous. That's why xenophobia happens. See, let me tell you, I'm glad that we have a vice president who is African American / Asian, a VP, and those who's going to really take it, that has an interest in her running. I have an interest in her running. I would love that. I can't stand to see Trump. I can't see another 4 years of this atrocity. I can't. But people from India, they're going to be the largest groups of people that's going to take over this country. I can assure you, she gets in there, she's going to still identify as black. Her mother raised her as black, unlike that other past governor of South Carolina, Haley, she's Indian. You know she's Indian too, right? You know she's black too. You know y'all know that, right? Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all with the difference. That's gonna be a whole new topic because I'm going all over the place. I went from talking about Hyundai Kia class action suit, and I'm on here for almost 2 hours talking about something I should have just ended it in 1 hour. Talk about that topic and that's it. But you know, let me go and show y'all something. And I almost forgot about that too. Let me show y'all something real quick. Hold on.
My daughter's tired of being my niece. Normally, my daughter knows where she's here. She's a little bit. Regent's banker to understand your options and pray for the game. In much of the Democratic Party, it's now fashionable to say America is racist. That is a lie. America is not a racist country. This is personal. I am the proud daughter of Indians. They came to America and settled in a small southern town. My father wore a turban. My mother wore a sari. I was a brown girl in a black and white world. We faced discrimination and hardship, but my parents never gave in to prejudice and hate. My mom built a successful business. My dad taught 30 years at a historically black college.
Okay. Listen to this right here, y'all. This is Nikki Haley, the former governor of South Carolina. She is an immigrant from India. Her parents were from India. She just said, my father taught at a HBCU college university. Now, this is Camilla. She recognized her. She said she's black. And she is black. She recognized part of her father's Jamaican. Her mother raised her as black. Her, on the other hand, said racism don't exist in America. However, she carries herself as a white woman. Now, when I first came across that speech, I didn't even read. I didn't even listen to her. She's on right now. She's on right now. I'm gonna stop this because I'm. All right. That's it. I can't. I just can't. Nikki Haley, is the former governor of South Carolina, and I knew when she got elected as the governor. I wasn't living in South Carolina then, but I always follow South Carolina politics, New York politics, as well as Georgia. I always follow. I follow those three. Nikki Haley, her parents were from India, both of them. Not one mother and one is white and one is black. Both her parents are from India. Now, I was going to show y'all the picture. I'm going to talk about that in a separate video altogether because I want to do a screenshot and put that as my screenshot. Nikki Haley, both her parents are from India. I just saw the picture of her family portrait as a little girl. And she was dark-skinned complexion. She was even darker than me. And it showed her as a little girl. And she had, with her, her father had the little, I don't know what they call it. I don't want to say turban because it's not called a turban. It's something else. She just said it, but I don't know what I can't. I don't want to say turban because that's not ethically correct. It's not a turban, but so her father, both her parents are from India. Now, didn't y'all just see? I don't know. I didn't play it long enough, but she did her speech and saying America's not a racist country 5 years ago. Blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, but you lived in a state that carries a Confederate flag. You didn't take it. You didn't have it taken down until what happened? Majorly happened. It wasn't. She didn't take it down on her own accord. Put it that way. But she carried herself off, bring herself off to look like a white woman. Now, some people would say, Kamala, which side is she going to choose? That whole narrative in regards to what she's going to choose, she always says she's black. She is black. Her father's Jamaican. That's a nationality, by the way. That's not a color. Being Jamaica is where you're from, but you're African. Black at the diaspora. But I find it really amazing how, and I'm quite sure they're gonna talk about that. They're gonna talk about that to death. Oh, they're both from India. Now, India, they're coming here. They said when Kamala mother came to the United States and her father came from Jamaica, they said it was only like 100,000 Indian people from India came that was in the United States. Since then, it's like 3 point something million Indian people. We have the hardest time getting people to vote, period. I just think we need to stop focusing on what's black and look like a bad policy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But at the same time, which policies are they going to take more importance of? Because right now, nobody has addressed any policies as it pertains to not so much about what's black, but let me tell you, you're gonna have to look at it in that perspective because the reason why Trump won was because people in general felt that nothing's gonna be addressed and it's only gonna hurt us. See, black people in general are gonna be hurt the most. Look what's with the police brutality going on, the um, racial discrimination in terms of jobs, opportunities, and at some point it's not even and being financially and have some sort of economic power. You know, Trump took it upon himself because one, what was the main thing that was his focus? Disregard of the white man. No, he won because of pure racism, but he won Trump won because they know there was a change of shifting a power that they're afraid to lose. The white man has always felt in control because one, financially. And with the changing of the demographics in this country, Hispanic, Mexican, Indian, Asian, they felt threatened because one, as the money, or they lose economic power, losing money. Let me go back to my story because I never did finish my first point. When black folks was getting themselves substantially wealthy economically, we said, okay, we're going to have our own cities, we're going to have our own towns, we're going to have our own things, schools, churches, businesses, cities, towns. They didn't need to rely on white folks for things. When black people, we as people, as our ancestors got off those fields, those white folks was taking advantage of black people because it had something to do with money. It wasn't so much they was racist by skin. That was part of it. Yeah, that's clearly a discrimination. But the thing was they have empowerment because they didn't value people, they didn't value black people, they value us as just for pure labor, pure resources that they make the money. This country was built on the black people's backs and built, even in Washington, D.C., was built by black people. It was built by black folks. We built these railroads. Yeah, Asian people came later on, but black people, well, let me back up because I don't want to exclude Native Americans. Native Americans were killed over the land. Gentrification's been here since day one. When white folks came, those Europeans, Spaniards, English, French, Portuguese, came to these United States. Well, not the United States yet, came to this land, the Caribbean, South America, this continent, slaughtered the Indians, killed them, gave them chicken pox, gave them pox, gave them all these syphilis and all these other kind of nasty European diseases, killed off the Indians, Native Americans, killed them. They enslaved Native Americans, even though we rescued their asses from starving to death. Then they said, they wanted to take over. So Native Americans knew the land, so they knew how to escape. They knew they knew how to get away. But when the Spaniards came and Native Americans were dying off from disease, because see, if you want to kill off a race of people, look what the Rona's doing. You could kill people, you could shoot bow and arrow, enslaved or whatever, but long as you can procreate generations of other races, what's going to kill off most people? Disease, some virus killed off Native Americans. So slavery came about was because they needed somebody to cultivate, clear up the land, build the economy. And it's okay. Let's go ahead. We're going to get these. We're going to capture the Africans, enslave them. They didn't do it slavery didn't come first. They were indentured servants. The Caribbean islands and everything, they were indentured. They were free black people, free black Africans that lived in the Caribbean. They were not slaves when they came here. They were indentured servants who were free people. Now, I'm not going to get into a whole big history lesson over the civil wars of African nations and how they sold their own people, because that happened too. Those European people came in there, gave them little gold and silver and everything else, and they said, and the ones who were captured because of the civil wars that happened in Africa. They were sold off, they were captured and sold into Europeans in slavery from wars that occurred. They were captured and they were brought here. There were black people here way before. Every black person who came to this country were not born into slavery. They were indentured free people. Black folks built black people. Now, I'm not just talking about what happened in Louisiana, because it was also in the Caribbean. It was all about money. It's always been about money. Racism, the racism part came into part in terms of being racist against black people and all these racism, and that part came in. It's because after slavery, when black people were freed and they didn't have to stay on the land, and the South was destroyed, burnt down to the ground, all that free labor, and it was like, oh, well, you could stay. They were poor white crackers too. They were poor. They had nothing. They were had to work for the other wealthy Europeans who lived and who was out in this country. So those poor white trash, because I'm always curious to know how that term came about. One day I might do some research. Poor white trash, cracker, where that came from, They were poor. They were just as poor. And then black folks, our ancestors, they were resilient. We knew how to make things out of nothing. Soul food and all, things in the garden and eating chitlins and pork and, all those things cultivated. Indian, Native Americans, they knew how to cultivate, work from the land, sustain themselves. While these white people were starving to death, they didn't know how to take care of themselves. But they killed them off. Minute you help them out, you killed them off with giving them diseases and chickenpox and everything else, and they ran off. And they integrated with black folks, the Africans who was brought here. It was all economics. When black folks got out of slavery, everything in this country was built on the backs of other people. Africans. Then it came, Native Americans, Africans. Then the Asian people came here. They used them to build the railroads. San Francisco was built on the backs of Asian people. And then it was India. I read all the histories of different groups of people when they came here. They all came here in very poor economic situations. Georgia, the history of Georgia is a state that was developed for those who didn't pay their debts. If you owed money, they sent you to Georgia. Georgia was a prison state. If you owed money, or you were indebted, destitute, they sent you to Georgia. Georgia, if you look at the history of how Georgia came about as a colony, it was a state for you to go to jail or prison. Just like Australia was a country for those who owed debt to England. They shipped you off to Australia, and that's where you went to jail or prison. So this country has always made money off the backs of other people. When they became this country, when they so-called it was great again in World War II. After World War II, they had these major boom of economies, houses, and everybody had jobs. I look at these old films, and I was like, well, damn, ain't see no black people up in there. The United States became advantaged because they burnt down Germany down to the ground. They burnt down Asia, or China and Japan, and all these buildings of things and infrastructures made this country as a superpower. But it was always a result of destroying other people. Asia, China, we are brown and black, brown and black and red people. Africans, you strip the continent of Africa of all of its resources. And white people talking about they African. We're born in South. No, you were not born in no South Africa. You came in there. You stole the land of Africans. You stole the land from the Native Americans, South America, everything else. So when they want something, they're going to depress the area. you know, depress the area, come in there. Gentrification ain't nothing new. They may call it, in the 70s, they called it urbanization. But gentrification has been in this, it was the establishment of this country, of gentrification, from day one. Day one. So when black people when black people wanted to make their own thing, do their own thing, be self-sufficient, have their own businesses, it was the poor, trash crackers who didn't have nothing for themselves looked at us and said, well, how they got something? I want it too. Jealousy will always destroy, and it always will be. Now, Indian people from other countries, and all these other countries came about. See, y'all forgot. When Trump got elected, what was the first thing that he did? What was the very first thing he did? He picked on Mexicans, Hispanic people, calling them thieves and murderers, and they should go back to where they from. They talked about Muslim people. Oh, we're gonna disband them from coming in this country. Blah blah blah. That's fear. Fear. Because they know that the demographics, when this census is this year. When that census come out, you're gonna really see the numbers. Crush the numbers. They're gonna be more Indian, Hispanic, black folks. They're gonna break down income wise. They're gonna break down, that everything they crunch numbers for everything. For everything. I live in Atlanta, right off of Buford Highway. I remember that area used to be so distinct in areas. One section was people from Cambodia. Another group was Mexican. Another group it was always, as you drive down the streets, I remember that, Haitian, African, Mexican, Korean, and it was all distinctive. It was right up this one long road. Then after that, I was like, well, dang. Then the next generation of Asian people came. They had some money. They moved on to Duluth. I go to Duluth. It's mostly Korean businesses because I see all the Korean signs. Beautiful neighborhoods. That was the next generation that came, worked hard, made their money, and they all established their own little communities because they knew the way to get ahead in America is all about the money. Financial stability, making your money, making that dollar circulate in that community 12 times, 8 times. You ever heard people say that? They say the black dollar only circulates 1, 2 times. Asian communities is 8, 10, 12 times. White people 20 something times. Something like that. That's not the numbers, but it's the way they circulate money. That's why it's important that we support our own. But at the same time, offer quality of excellence. Stop trying to hustle don't stop trying to hustle your own people and offer poor service, junk, always trying to run some scam. And just be, I hate when I have to go to places and I gotta fight, I gotta argue, and I just get this one. I don't know what happened. I don't know why this go like this. See, I ain't had to go through all that today at the car dealership. Now this goes back to my story to what happened with the car dealership. See, I spent three thousands of dollars, and then I get this attitude, and I ain't going there cursing and carrying on, rolling my neck. I told them, I said, no, I inspect this, and I did apologize for me acting. Now I wasn't acting all loud, but I said, this doesn't make any sense. I'm here for 2 hours, and all I had to do was pay for my repair and drive off my car, but I had to go through all of this. People walking off. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why that happened. Somebody want to fix something. You're going to give me some explanation. And that's all I wanted. But what do you want us to do? What do you mean I want y'all to do? I'm coming back here with this problem. I come here I try to come back in the community to get my car repaired, and I'm going through all of this. Like my money didn't mean nothing. Y'all just trying to dismiss me off like it ain't nothing? No. But I tell you one thing, I said, you're going to pay me for my time. And I surely did get my money for my time. When I paid for my car service today, you ain't had to beg me to pay. I didn't ask you to break no payments up. I came in and paid my bill in charge. That's why I said, sometimes we have to hold people accountable. We got to hold people accountable regardless of who is in front of you. Regardless. Not make appointments. Not say, okay, I'm making an appointment for 3:00. You get there at 2. You get there 10 after 2:50, and then you late, or nobody got their stuff together. I hold them accountable. I'm gonna hold you accountable, just as if I was a white woman who came in there with the same service. Oh yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Oh, we'd be glad to. Why I gotta get secondhand treatment from my own people? I didn't rush them to fix my car. I said, just take your. I said, no, don't rush it. Just make sure it's done right. That's all I asked for. Make sure it's done right. And I'm not asking for anything else that I expect that you're going to give to anyone else. And it's not always about race. Because, see, some white folks, they like to say, oh, well, no, it ain't about race. Oh, See, I observe how things are done. I'm sick and tired of going to places when white folks come in there, they all, oh, hey, how you doing? And then when I get up there, you barely could say boo. I deserve respect from anybody. But see, I don't know. See, in Georgia, particularly in Atlanta, see, they like to chuck and drive people. See, black people, I've lived here since 1996. And I see it all the time. For my people. White folks get up in there. Hi, Mr. Joe. Hi, Mr. Joe. How you doing? Well, you want to be able, you got the red carpet light up. Black people come in, you want to be like, get an attitude. I'm like, what the hell you want? I always know, I stick back and I observe. I said, let me observe how they're going to be done. I go to restaurants, they be like, hey, how you doing? Let me give you this. Oh, let me go ahead. Black people come in there, I'll be sitting right back watching. Let me see how this is going to come. And I see that all the time. I was like, and I said, you know what? What the devil is this going on? I can't stand that jumping and jiving mess. I've seen that too many times in Atlanta. Seen it too many times. My dollar is, and sometimes we are our own worst enemies. We really are. Vicky, how you dropped off? He asked me what I'm talking about. it ain't nothing, if, so, when we go into this election, we're not just voting for a president. I mean, yeah, we're voting for a president. That's the main thing. But also look at those other tickets on your ballot. Every county, every city has different referendums. I don't vote based on color. I really don't. Because Trump ain't nothing but an ass. And he already told us who he was from the get-go. So I wasn't surprised. When you someone tell you who they are, and he say who he is about, that's who he is about. He ain't did nothing for no one. But he said he did something today by partnering some black guy who was a bank robber, and he started some kind of program for ex felons, and he gave him a pardon. And I was like, okay, this man been in prison for 20 years. You pardon him, and you're going to use him. He's one of the speakers tonight. I'm not even watching the Republican convention. I'm not even wasting my time because I could catch, you know, I could catch the snippets on CNN, not looking at the whole thing. But he would put this one black guy, I can't remember his name, as a speaker, and I was like, okay, so out of millions of black men, black people in general that's been in prison, you're gonna pardon one person and you're gonna say, okay, you're gonna do this for me and throw him up there because I hate to say this, but if a lot of younger people don't vote, that's gonna be detrimental to your future. A lot of black men ain't gonna vote because they don't want to see a black woman in any type of higher position. So they're gonna fall behind Trump anyway because black men don't want to see women in power anyway, and they chuck and jive too with the white man. Yes, sir, massa. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, massa. And kick and lick white man's dick. And yes, I said it. And if anybody feel offended, you could unsubscribe. I could care less. Y'all chuck and jive too, because y'all don't want to see a black woman go anywhere or succeed. I see that too. I'd rather look at a blank wall. You know, because I had a neighbor, well, I don't even want to call him no neighbor, somebody who lived on this block after that election. And he was so happy. Oh, we got Trump in office. It is a saver. Nigga, if you don't get the hell off of my damn door, talking some crazy man. He was in front of my door. He was in front of my mailbox. And that's what I wanted to tell him. That's what I really wanted to tell him. That's what I was thinking in my mind. But when he, keep your opinions to yourself. He was so damn happy. Oh, Trump. Oh, just because gay rights or LGBT marriage was effective, that's what your reasoning was? To vote for a moron Trump? And there's a few black men up in here, Atlanta, walking around with that red hat, MAGA hat, be in the background. I looked at that thing, I looked at things in the rallies and the things, and I see about two, 3 black men in the background. Maybe one black woman. Because they say more black women vote Democrat than anything else. But there's some black men. They agree with everything with Trump. And I was like, well, I don't know what the hell, nigga, I don't know what you see in that. Nothing. I'd rather, people are so afraid, and then there's some people, and I can only talk about people who I spoke to, that's why I had to kind of end the conversation, they just so disgusted with the Clintons, but I said, but black folks 12 years ago, 20 years ago, we were jumping and chiving with the Clintons, toting Clinton as the black president because he could play a trumpet, not a trumpet, saxophone. Black folks, we were all happy and glee and happy when Clinton came into office. But then, 12 years later, those same people who were dancing and jumping and jiving had something to say because the wife ran. Now, I'm not going to agree with everything what Hillary Clinton says or do. But it was not always about, see, y'all didn't understand that. We could have had 2 presidents for one. If we had Hillary Clinton as president, we would have 2 for 1. 2 for 1. Because one, her husband already served as president for 8 years. He would have advised her and got the pull to get things done. Let me tell you about white folks, especially the ones here in DeKalb County. I could give a damn two red ass about what they feel about black folks, but let me tell you about some of these white folks, especially the ones who got money. See, they not dumb redneck crackers. See, they not no dumb peckerwoods and be, white trash. They even call their own people white trash and peckerwood, to be honest. But see, as long as they get, they gonna help people, black folks, they gonna give us a little something. It's okay, we'll give y'all a little something, but they gonna get something too. And a black, I'm not saying they all gonna be for us, but see, wealthy white folks who got things, they know where their money, they know where it's coming from. They're not gonna cut off their hand despite their nose and know who their constituents are. We all know that. They know when Clinton was in office, how are you going to be a governor of a state of like Arkansas where this is much black folk than there were white folks? You're going to be for all people. Because see, it's better to round up everybody, let's say, okay, what they want, okay, let's give it to them. Because it ain't going to cost them anything. It don't cost them nothing. I voted for Hillary, I wanted Bernie or the Green Party for real. I didn't want to take a chance. We see what happened. Exactly. See, when you already got power, when you already got the resources, and you already got the stuff, things that you needed, you ain't going to alienate any group of people at all. At all. The reason why these big corporations and all these companies now, they all want to off flag the flag of Black Lives Matter. We're not racist. We believe in equality, because they know that if they were to even display any such behaviors of racist things, they already ran the numbers. They know they could lose billions and billions of dollars. Black people as a whole is a block of consumerism of spending. They look at us as money. It's all looked upon as money. They're not going to take no chances and lose any sort of millions of dollars because they already ran the numbers. That's why I want to go into data science. Sciences run the numbers. They say, well, it's just even if 2% of black people will decide that they're not going to support Nike or any of these companies or whatever, and they say, oh, it's 2%, not even 1%. That's billions of dollars. So of course they're going to put it out there. It's psychology. That's why you start seeing all these advertisements. Apple, who else? All these stores. We ain't racist. Everybody want to talk about being diverse. They ain't diverse because they know that in the next, not even the next, it's happening now. Most people are going to be people of color. Asian, Indian, Black, Hispanic. White folks is decreasing. Hey, Dorian. So, ain't nobody saying you gotta like people. Oh, I like you. Oh, come by y'all. Oh, I love you. All they gotta just do respect. All they gotta do is respect you. They ain't gonna like you. They ain't gonna like you. They care less. I can care less. Because black folks and Indian and everybody else, we got to know we got some sort of prejudice in ourselves as well. How many times you hear me say cracker and everything else all under the sun in all my videos? You know, it's all about money. I'm telling y'all. And as long as my little dollar, let me pick up my little dollar. As long as my little dollar is worth something, that's what it is. This $1, even though the inflation, this dollar is only worth probably 30 cents because this inflation is 70, lost 70 cents of that dollar. They're not going to lose no portion of that. That is for, hey, Debbie Olive, they're not going to lose that. I'm telling y'all. It ain't got nothing to do with, racism. All these banks, Bank of America, MetLife, all those banks was slave money. They existed due to slavery, and they know it. I ain't gonna wait I'm not gonna expect no reparations. I ain't gonna see it anytime soon. Now, if you want to give reparations, or whatever the case may be, and somebody decide to sue, and it works, what are they gonna do? If they decide to give $1 million as reparations to every black person or people of color in this United States, and they say, okay, all y'all get $1 million. Let me see, 1 million. You're gonna turn around, they're gonna expect to turn around, that same money gonna be spent right back in the economy. But all these companies, all they caring about is losing market share. That's all they worried about. I applied to on Coursera. They needed people in a certain type of IT field, and they says, "Oh, we got this. We giving away $3 million. No, it wasn't $3 million. We giving away all these scholarships for people to learn because we need to diversify. We need to offer something where you could go to, you could be offering money for people to take some courses or classes to learn these new technologies." And I took advantage of it. I applied. I said, okay. I said, I've been trying to apply and trying to go to different programs, and then I keep getting these, no, you ain't got no experience. No, you don't have no, I just smoke enough of my green happy tit. Well, I don't know. We got how many more months? August. Well, okay, we got about 60 something more days. We'll see. Hold on a second. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Either way, America is screwed. There are no serious candidates. Well, that may be true, but that may be true, Debbie. But in regards to who you are to deal with, I mean, the economic collapse has not happened yet, but it will happen. That's why it's best to repair, is to try to prepare best we can. I don't know. I mean, They say it's going to be worse off than what happened in 2008. But what's going to but it's supposed to be worse than that. But I've been looking at a lot of different YouTube videos, and I don't know what the difference. I don't. It's just so hard to explain. It's just not going to be good, regardless. And then the coronavirus is probably only going to be around. It's going to take at least 2 years before anything happens. But it says it's going to take 10 years for at least the economy to really bounce back up. But that's been building up for years, not just with Trump. I'm not gonna put it all Trump. You did it, but you know, um, it's just a lot of change that needs to happen. You know, Jeremy, don't feel sad. I know everybody's sad, but it's just the fact that we have to kind of look into bouncing back. It's just a change that we have to people have to adapt to. I just don't know. I mean, everything that I've looked at and heard and read and read about, they said it'll be at least until February 2022. Oh, I don't feel down. Give me a call, Jeremy. You need to call me. I want to talk to you. But 2022 is said when it's really to bounce back. But right now, Wall Street is making all the money. So if you have any type of 401k, thrift plan, or whatever, that's going to, I could see that on my plan. But like I said, that's money to retire from, like I don't even get to retire until, what is it, 68? And now, so I still have good 10, 12, 13 years of working life. So that's why I'm trying to pay down as much as my debts as I can, pay down as, try to save as much as I can and really tighten up the budget, I guess, Yeah, it's gonna feel better, Jeremy. It'll feel better. I've been on here for 2 hours and 44 minutes. Now I only get, I don't have StreamYard is free for me, but they only give you so many hours a month. So I might only be life in general. Yeah, it is crazy. It really is. But see, I'm not gonna let all this politics and stuff bother me. All I could do is do my part, vote. You know, I just hope and pray that we just get a whole new ministry. This whole country needs a whole new reset. I even took this free course that I enrolled in today at Coursera at Yale University. It's about a course on happiness, and it's free. Well, it was $495, but I said nope. I'll take the free. And it was about happiness. I think people are just being depressed and no one's. I know it should be happening in no time of year, but especially now. I just read that thing with the other black father, the three sons. What is it, 3 or 4 sons? While the police shot him in the back, they say he's paralyzed now. So they praying that he pulls through. but up there in Wisconsin, I was like, what is wrong with people? It's like you almost feel like you can't even. I know, but you know what the miracle thing is that he's lived. That was the thing. They say he'll be paralyzed, but I didn't get the whole gist of what really happened. They said he was trying to break up a family fight. Two women were fighting. He was breaking up the family fight, you know, and then the police came and I was like, see, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes we need to be cognizant of what we're doing. He probably had these two baby mamas or two women fighting and then act a fool and then the police get called and then, I was like, no, it's not right. But see, this, I don't know what the underlying reason, but let's go back as to why it happened. You came, you got two women fighting. Obviously, he probably came to pick up the kids, and these two women, probably two baby mamas, fighting, acting like a fool, and then he trying to leave, and then he takes the boys. Somebody called the police, and a whole bunch. I have got emotional support dog for my youngest. Yeah. See, I don't see. We really don't know what the story is behind the guy who got shot with the boys, his children, witnessing that. You know, but to me, they say he was trying to break up a family fight, and obviously somebody called the police, and they called the police, and then you got all that commotion and things going on, and now nobody don't want to say nothing of what happened. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't always be calling. Don't be calling the police for everything. Go call the police for everything that happened. I'm not saying don't call the police when you need to, but whatever these two women who were fighting and he breaking it up, and then they're gonna really have guilt on their hands. You know, that's what I was saying. Things happen to people, and and get into some crazy mess. I was reading that other case that happened with that other lady. She got Did you hear that TD Bank got into trouble? What did TD Bank do? I heard something with TD Bank. What did they do? I can't remember. Jeremy, what they do? Because I know one thing. Damn Wells Fargo and all the rest of them need to be in trouble too. Oh, hold on, y'all. Oh, they owe 122. Yeah, they turn around probably because I know one thing. How you gonna tell me my credit card bill was 600? I paid 600. I said that's zero, and then he's telling me I owe $6 and something was with interest. I had to fight with them with the Consumer Protection Board and wrote a complaint, and it's still wrong. But I said, okay, that's all right. I ain't gonna do nothing because they gonna owe me some money in the future. They crooked ass. All these banks and places always be trying to do stupid crooked stuff. That's what I was telling you about. That's why I was saying. That's why I wasn't messing with no Uber, Lyft, and Grubhub and all those food apps deliveries anymore. Talking about they want to be 1099 employees and this and that or whatever. I'm just waiting for my big Uber check when they're and Instacart and all the rest of those food class action suits that's gonna come up with them. It gonna come. It's gonna come. All those little class action suits that I'm waiting to I put them all together and be like, oh, it could total up to about $1,000. I said, that's my stimulus money right there. Cause just think about it. All those apps are gonna have a class action suit soon enough. Uber, Uber got one going on. Lyft probably gonna get one going on. Instacart has one going on. I ain't see a check for them dumbasses. Postmates had one. They gave me a little check from a couple about over a year ago. I want to say it was like $25 or something. Cause I didn't do Postmates that long. I think I did Postmates for 2 weeks. Even the place I worked at now, well, before Concentrics, they had a class action suit going on for not paying people overtime. And I got that notice right before I got hired back in April. They had a class action suit going on. Because I had actually started working with them a few years ago, but I never started my first day. It was something. It was a reason why I didn't start. Can't remember. It was some reason why I didn't start. But yeah, there's a whole lot of companies got class action suits. See, class action suits is gonna take at least 2, 3 years before you hear anything. You know, it takes a while to get anything from happening. I like burgers and Sprite. Well, I like burgers and Sprite too, but I'm sure not supposed to be eating it. Probably burgers, but not really. Hi, Teresa. Thank you for riding with Marissa. Let your driver know you appreciate the ride by adding a tip. I already added my tip. This must be an old text message I got. I took Lyft today to go to the car dealership to get my car, and I would have gave the girl a 5 stars, but she wasn't so friendly. Like I got in the car, you know, and I said hello, and she didn't even speak back. And then um, she just wasn't personable. I was talking to her, and she's like, no, yeah, no, all right. She did. I would see. Let me tell you what my beginning point was. I said if I get in the car and she says, "Good afternoon, how are you?" I'll give her 5 stars. And if she don't do it, she's getting 4. She didn't do that. I was like, I didn't say nothing, so I'm sitting back, you know. But she did give me like the hand sanitizer. It was like, put the hand sanitizer. And then I had like, put some on my hand, gave it back. Then we driving, and I said, all you gotta do is keep going when you get out the subdivision and get on 124. Just keep going straight, because I knew the GPS was gonna take her all these other back street roads, and I was like, when Stonecrest Mall is like straight down the road. So I'm talking. I said, well, how long have you been doing this? Only about a month. Do you like it? Well, it's okay. Do you live in the area? Yeah. What did you do before you? I was asking this because she was giving you one word answers and stuff, and I'm trying to chit chat, or whatever. And I said, okay, I used to do Uber, and I was talking. I said I used to do Uber, and I did a whole bunch of other things. And she just wasn't. I mean, I don't know. I was kind of like. And then I asked her when we finally got there. She didn't even drive me up to the service center desk. She drove me, so I had to walk up to the service center. I was like, not that she was going to go all the way in, but I said, okay. I said, how much did they? I asked her, well, how much did they pay you on this trip? They charged me $14.99. $14.99 from my house to Stonecrest Mall. That's about 12 miles, something like that. Then so I said, well, how much did they pay you? She told me it was $8 and something cent. I'm like, what? I said this thing was $14.99. I said they take Lyft taking what? Almost what? 40%? $8, $8.50 divided by what I paid. It was like 40%. That's like at least what? Let me see. That was kind of crazy. So I told her, I said, okay, I'll leave you a tip on the app thing, whatever. Did you think she says thank you or thank you, have a good day and stuff? I was like, so when I got home, because I don't have the app, I actually went online and I gave her 4 out of 5 stars. I didn't give her 5 star. I gave her a tip on the app, but I was like, dang, she could have been more like, she would have got a bigger tip. Because I know how it is, but I gave her a good tip. I mean, it was fair, put it that way. I gave her a fair tip for what I paid, but I'm not expecting the chatty box. I don't want someone to be, yeah, but she wouldn't have gotten no tip. Peterson, why would you not give no one no tip? And then the first driver they assigned me to was Marquise or Marquise. And the next thing you know, it had canceled, and then they assigned me to somebody else. So she wasn't the first driver. The first person, and I was looking I was online looking at the map, and they had all the cars all over the place. I was surprised. There was a lot of Lyft cars all over, like Snellville and where I live, and some of them were even up the street. And I'm looking like, okay. And so that the first person was a dude, and he was real close. And he'll cancel. I said, okay, that's what we do now. We're gonna see where we going, and figured because I was going to the mall or Stonecrest Mall, even though I was going to the Kia dealership, that you gonna cancel because you didn't want to go to the mall. I'm stupid. So I was like, you don't have to be chatty, but at least nice. Exactly. She could have been a little bit more, not no chatty box, but she could have been a little bit more personable. So I did write my little review. I did, I said she wasn't rude, but I said but when I initially got in the car, you could at least said, acknowledge somebody, say thank you, thank you and please goes a long way. So the tip got decreased than what I was going to give her. But if she was like, oh, how are you doing? Thank you. Have a good day. I would have given her, a very nice tip. I mean, I wouldn't say no $20 or nothing like that, but she must have been, because I was asking, I said, well, where did you work before? IHOP. Oh, okay. I said, is IHOP open now? Because, I haven't determined if they open yet, for people to dine in. I don't know. I was like, God dang. I was like, boy, she was lucky I didn't decide to leave no tip. I should have really gave her 0, but I said I was going to be like that. I'm not going to be like that. I ain't going to be like that. I mean, I gave her a tip on the app, and I said, but I was surprised. I mean, 15, let's round up, $15 for me to take the lift, but the driver only got $8 and 40 something cents. She told me. I know it was $8 and some change. I know it wasn't close to $9. It was like $8 and 20 something cents or something like that. And I was kind of like, dang. Wow, I can't even imagine her being a waitress or something. That's probably why she ain't worked at no IHOP anymore. If you all monotone and not interested in people like that, I'm like, God dang. Even when I be working at Amazon with those rude ass people, I be trying, excuse me, let me take your temperature, they ain't got no mask. Do you need a mask? Here you go. Some people be trying to reach over to the booth, and I'm like, that's why I put the box next to me on the other side. Some people be want to reach into the box. No, then you see a paper sign that says, please do not reach over. We'll be glad to hand you a mask. It'll be the same two people all the time. They want to reach all over this. So this time I put the box with the mask inside, because you can't come inside that little booth. They be trying to reach over, and I'm like, even if you don't want me to hand it in, you probably got fired. Probably so. That or she quit, because that or she quit. So I was, but you had to loosen up some. I don't expect, like I said, you ain't got to be no, hey, yeah, girl, oh yeah, you ain't got to be all like that, but dog. So, no, people give, I'm sure she did. Well, you know what? If if she believes that, yeah, just leave. Yeah, you're gonna have a whole rough ride if you just started. you know. And I said, well, what areas do you like to drive to? She was like, all over. You know, what are you little girl? You want, but she didn't even say how may I help you. That's the thing. She didn't say anything like that. They ain't say nothing like that. And you in black areas too, you better be a bit more helpful because some people won't give you nothing. You know, I can see why people, they really don't tip. It's $15 to take a lift, and then so you could imagine you getting eight. But I know one thing: that other guy, whoever who had accepted the ride, I don't know what the hell games he be playing. Because some people be trying to accept the ride, cancel. I don't know if they accept the ride and then try to cancel and think they get money from that. That's I don't know. I don't know, but there was many of other. And the other reason why she wouldn't necessarily got that tip was because she was supposed to be there at 1:57 or something, and it wasn't the exact time either. It was not the exact time. So you ain't gotta worry. So next time I take a lift, whoever the driver is next time you see my face, because they do show you your picture. They show you that, they do show you your picture. You know that little picture on my thumbnail? I think that's the one that Lyft got. The one where my hair was done and it's like, you know. Hey, Harden. Oh, you already got the iPhone? You already filled out your iPhone claim? I'm gonna have to find me those other Apple IDs. They gonna give me another $100 for those two other phones I had. I'm gonna find them. Yeah, Tim. Boy, I was like shocked. I was like, what is coming up? And I started reading about that, and I said, ooh. But you know what? That did sound kind of suspicious though. When the nephew, went back home and then he got shot, and then had a burner phone, and then the other woman, that he was seeing, Janine or Jeannie or whatever her name was. And they had then the person who wrote the insurance claim, he was in it too with the scam, wrote some policy up and had that money had all that money transferred to accounts and stuff. I was like, duh. But you know what though? He always seemed kind of sneaky. The mothers try to sue him, and he trying to operate a business behind his mother's back and all that kind of crazy stuff. At first, I was thinking they were talking about Charles. I thought, oh my God, Charles got married. I didn't know they was talking about the nephew who got killed 3 years ago. I was like, because I remember when when that happened, because I was watching that show too. No, of course he wasn't going to get the money. I mean, it wasn't about the fact that, it wasn't about the that he wasn't going to, that he filed the insurance on claim on someone else. But I guess when they I don't know how that story broke in terms of how they determined something was wrong, but He wasn't going to get the insurance money because the person who wrote the insurance, who wrote it, was in the scam too. They said the person who was doing the insurance, he was in it. So it's not just the girlfriend and him, it was also the person who wrote the insurance. The one they said the guy who wrote the song for Nelly, down down baby, that person who wrote the song for Nelly was the insurance agent who wrote the policy or something. So I think that's how that came. I think that's how that scam got blown up. It's because it was somebody, the person who wrote the insurance, and somehow they tied it all together. So that is just plain stupid. That was whole plain stupid. And the insurance policy wasn't even that much. It was only what, $450,000. So it wasn't like it was like $1 million policy, you know. I just heard gunshots in my neighborhood now. What? Yeah, I be hearing gunshots too. You know, people be, I hope everything be all right though. Yeah, can you imagine? But she already grieved over the grandson. But I think that the fact that it's coming from and saying that the son did it, I don't know. I mean, she gonna be horrible about it, but I mean, it's probably more terrifying and horrible for the mother. You know, her sister, knowing that that a relative killed her son. I think it's gonna be way more harder than on his mother. You know, the nephew, his aunt, or Robbie's sister is gonna be really more heartbroken. I'm not saying Miss Robbie's not gonna be horrified about it because the fact that she already grieved over the matter. And are we talking about the show Sweetie Pies, the old network? They had a reality TV show, Sweetie Pies, and the grandson was murdered or killed 3 years ago when he went back to Missouri in the same spot where his father got killed years ago. And it's supposed to be a real bad part of Missouri, and and the grandson got killed, but it was determined that the uncle, who is Tim, her son, killed him for some. I don't think it was so much, but some insurance money, and it was him, the girlfriend, and the insurance agent who wrote it. They were all into that scam. But see, what's his name? Tim. Yeah, it was the grandson, but I thought, yeah, but the grandson is okay. So who was his mother? The son, the grandson. He got killed. He was the sister, her sister, the other sister. That was her son. Remember, she had another sister. That was his son. She would be way more hurt knowing that it came from a family within. I mean, okay, I know Charles, but who was okay? So who was his mother? Didn't they never show his mother? Well, I know you're saying it's gonna Miss Robbie gonna be hurt, but I just I always wondered if she ever thought that I wonder if Miss Robbie ever thought that Tim had something to do with it or some inkling, because we never know what the dynamics was. Andre Jr. Oh, okay. See, we never know what kind of relationship they really had because he was in prison. See, when that show came on, he just got out of prison not that long ago. He was in there for 10 years. Andre is her dead son. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah, his father got killed in the same area that the son got killed. Yeah, that's how he's the nephew. Yeah, he's the nephew. But I'm trying to figure out who was the mother, where was his mother too, but I don't know. I guess it'll make a difference. But Tim just got out of prison not that long ago before the show came on. Matter of fact, he was the one who pitched. I don't know how he came to pitch anything. Like how he came about in the whole schism of pitching the show. But he wasn't in. He just got out of prison not that long ago. His mother lives in Texas. She's not related. Oh, Peterson, you don't watch the own network reality show? It's called Sweetie Pies. It's about this woman. She used to sing for backup singer for not Tina Marie. What's her name? Well, she was a backup singer for Ike Turner or something like that. And the Tina Marie, wrong person. Tina Turner. And then she opened up a restaurant called Sweetie Pies. It's not really ratchet though. The show itself wasn't really ratchet. It just centered around the family. But it wasn't as ratchet. I always wondered, but I don't know if that show ever got picked up again. I think it was on for at least 3 years before they if it's not shown anymore. But that's just a sad situation. You've been in prison for 10 years, then you're gonna be in there for life probably. But I wonder if the mother did have some suspicions because she did try to sue him and he was I don't know. wonder if he probably caused her a whole lot of headache anyway. Peterson, how you gonna say you like Ratchet? I know I be going on Pluto TV and I be watching some Ratchet TV shows on Pluto, especially at night when I'm at Amazon. I watched that whole series with Mary Mary, and I was like, for them to be gospel singers, they were ratchet as hell. I said, how y'all supposed to be gospel talking of God and y'all acting a fool? They were sisters. They just called themselves Mary Mary. One is that DJ on the radio station. She took over Yolanda Adams on the Christian radio station. Not Tisha Campbell. Last name Campbell. What's her first name? Tina? No, it was Tina and what's the other sister? Tina and oh, how Amazon going? Oh, it's going. I'm still the social distancing person, so. But see, I start next week at Wayfair. I'm supposed to be getting my computer equipment mailed to me. Yeah, Erica Campbell. Tina and Erica Campbell. I don't like Erica. I don't like what's her name on when they replaced her with Yolanda Adams. She seems so negative and she seems so ratchet. You know, for someone to be a gospel singer, I don't like her. I don't even. That's why I like to listen. If I was going to listen to the gospel morning radio show, I don't too much care for her as a hostess. Because they acted a fool on that show, that reality show. I was kind of like, that ain't a good look. I ain't say be perfect and angel and stuff, but the way they were carrying on, I was like, dang. Yeah, social distance. And they was like, who does, so I've been doing it since they told me to do it, that every time I come in there, I was like, okay, and nobody else wants to do it. Now, some people may be trying to want to do it, but after a certain time, whoever leaves, they say, what time you leave for the day? 7, so, but they always have to have a social distance person. No, I think that show ended. I've been watching Pluto TV, so I've been watching the reruns. So I think they don't have it anymore. I don't think they've decided to do it anymore. Peterson, what you talking about? Open up. Open up my heart. I heard that song in Chicago. I went to visit someone in Chicago a few years ago, and I went to some club. They were actually playing that song as a remix. I was like, y'all some sacrilegious people. Y'all ain't gonna change the gospel, put a gospel song into a dance club, music club. It was nice though. But I wish Yolanda Adams was still the hostess on the syndicated radio show. I don't like. Who? Both of the husbands or one of them? I know one of them cheated and then they got remarried. But I thought it was another one. The other husband, he was the real big, dark skin complexion. I thought it was something going on with him. I thought I heard they were trying to say he was gay or in the closet or DL. I was like, I thought I heard that one time with the other one. One was cheating, then they remarried. But I thought I heard something more about the other husband. The big mouth, one husband. Which one? Both of them got married. The one that's her husband producer? Cause see, one of the I mean, the one that got the radio show, I thought I heard something with that. Okay, let me tell you the reason why I didn't too much care for them. The reason why this was way before I watched the show. I didn't even watch the show until maybe a couple months ago when I saw it on Pluto TV for free. The reason why I didn't like Mary, especially the ones on the radio, is because she was too disrespectful for the husband. She would and I saw this on a video. She would talk to him all kind of crazy, and she was just too. And this was recent too. This had to have been at least a year ago. She was just too much. I was like, there's certain things you don't put out in public like that. You don't put yourself out there embarrassing your spouse or husband. Even if they do something wrong, don't put that out there in the street. Don't disrespect no man like that. She is ghetto. Kind of ghetto is. Shoot. That was something I didn't like about her. It was something, cause it was something about with the husband. They were trying to say he was on a DL or something. It was something. It was something kind of foolishness. And I was like, mm. And she was like all up on the dang. It was one of those videos I saw her. I was like, mm. You talk to people like that? See, that's why I was watching Tamar and Vince. I was watching Braxton Family Values. I watched all of those series of videos. Then I started watching Tamar and Vince. She was just, I was like, ugh. I said, dang. And I didn't know the husband was like that. I mean, I knew he was a big time producer and stuff. And then, then he got, he finally divorced her. I was like, I would have divorced her too. All that lip she was giving. Vince, you was about to make me an art. You was about to make me think. I was like, girl, sit your ass down with 2 seats. He was trying to tell her something, and she was like, like clicking it. I can't even do it. Clicking and clacking with the mouth with stuff. I was like, just watching that whole thing played out, and you finally divorced her ass. And then, I'm sorry, Tamar, she tried to kill herself a couple months ago. I was like, what the hell going on? You know? But she's supposed to have her other new show come out September, but they delayed it. Then last time I heard, I think they decide to cancel the whole entire thing. I don't know if they're gonna, and that other African boyfriend of hers, he supposed to have gone to Ivy League and he looked like a crook. He looked like he about to steal everything. I don't know. She better not marry him. I know that. Tamar be a fool. She'll be a fool. But I wonder, all these big time stars and people who were making movies and how they making money if nothing's being done. They all most of them live in California. I mean, how are they really handling themselves financially? That's what I want to know. I mean, I know the ones who make big money and, residual income, but at some point, what if you was like maybe not so quite big star, you had your good runs for a couple years, live up in Atlanta, Metro, Duluth somewhere, because they got some real nice houses and stuff in Duluth, but it ain't no $1 million mansions and stuff. How they doing financially? I mean, that's why they all moving to Atlanta because it's so damn cheap, and they could move to Atlanta, but it's only so much. You sure do got to brainwash. I hope she get rid of him. That's for sure. All right, y'all. Hope y'all give me some thumbs up and subscribe. I need me some. I need 1,000 subscribers. I need to get to 1,000. I've been stuck at 700 for the longest. Oh, let me tell you what I've been watching lately. I've been watching these YouTube videos about van life and people living in their vans and traveling across the country, living in their vans and RVs. And I was like, man, that's interesting. But I sure would, and you should see how so many people built up their conversion vans and stuff. It looked like a mini apartment inside of a van. And it'd be real cute too. And these tiny houses. Oh, it's so many of them. There's so many channels I watch with the van channels. I can't even tell you. I try to watch ones with a lot of African Americans people because you don't see too many of us doing that stuff. But that's interesting. Solo van life, living in a van 5 months, changed his life. I just watch them all. I just come across them. I just watch them. But the one I saw today, earlier today, I was like, man, it had this one black woman. She had to have been around. She said that she was working as an engineer, and she got they asked her to they gave her a service package and she downsized on her job. She had to have been about maybe early 50s, give or take. And what she does is she she drives to, like they said, most of the vans and RVs is made in Indiana, someplace in Indiana somewhere. And what she says she does is she drives and pick up and deliver these RVs to people. Because the only way you could deliver that, you have to drive it. And she said she does that. Oh, my basic journey, forest, and forest are good ones, but they're white. Foresta Forest. Oh, okay. I probably watched them, but I just don't know it. I don't know the names. But it's this white man, this old white man. He got a beard. The van life, the RV life, or something. And he has like a website and a YouTube channel. He interviews people to do these van lives all over the country. So this particular person, but this was 3 years ago. He interviewed this woman, and she went online, and she basically got hired as an independent contractor, and they deliver RVs to people. And she sold her house, and she basically like lives in the cargo vans, and she delivers it to people, and they pay her quite substantial. I mean, you get paid like $2.30 per mile plus whatever monies they give you. They pay you 70% of your money, and then upon delivery you get the other 30%. But she says she makes about $65,000 a year, but she only works half the year, like 4 months, 4 or 5 months, and she makes like 65,000 plus a year. And they pay for she ain't got to pay for the gas or nothing. All that's paid for. You have to pay a bond, but they give you that money back if you leave or whatever. That covers if you damage the truck or damage the merchandise or something like that. But it's like regular, just like any deductible for insurance. I was like, man, that's interesting. And and people, and then she also do it, when they have trade shows and they have the RVs and stuff. They hire people to go to the place. They drive to the trade show. They drive it back to the manufacturer. So I was like, man, that's a great gig to do. Not saying I wouldn't do it. I ain't saying I want to get into do that. But I just found it was interesting. But I said, well, he said when she started, they only all you had to do is have a regular driver's license. But they got people, they be hiring people to go and deliver RVs, cargo across the country. I was like, shoot, that's better than being a dang regular truck driver. Because let me tell you, when this economy going to collapse, even though they said there's going to be automated driving, where the truck drives by itself, you still going to need people in that van. Even though it's going to be driverless cars, you still have to have a person in it. So I was like, but that's a great deal, a great gig doing that. It's a talented black man that builds them himself and sells them. Dual EX. What? Really? I was looking on Facebook Marketplace. I said, I'm curious. And I saw some old bus, be like $4,000 and $2,000. But I was like, shoot, I would do that. I really would do that. I would I would rent my house, all these 4 rooms or whatever, and get me one of those, I'll get me one of these vans. I don't want no big old whatever. I want something, I would do something like that. That would be something I would really do. I'll have me a little kitchenette, bed, and just travel up and down the United States. That would be something I would really do. Okay, Jeremy. I hope you feel better. Everything's going to work out. Give me a call if you ever have if you want to talk. I'll be here. You can call me anytime because, tomorrow night I got to work at Amazon. So just give me a call. They don't be strict like that about being on the phone. Sometimes I make my night go by quicker because I work from 6 p.m. till 5:30 a.m. Yeah, call me tomorrow because I'll be sitting in that booth. I'll be like, bored as hell. So good night, Jeremy. Who else is on here? How many people I got on here? 9 people still. Y'all still hanging in there after 3 hours. Yeah, that was a cool thing to do. Driving around in a van and. But then I was watching the latest videos. A lot of people with the coronavirus, and they were saying they were closing the state parks, federal parks, so people couldn't park. And then they had good night, Jeremy. But you know what, though? It was interesting. But then a lot of people were living in their cars. And guess what I also saw? Someone was actually living in a Prius. But they didn't show who the person was. But they had lived in a Prius. And I was looking at that. I said, man. And they had things in the bottom of the trunk. They had like a full-fed bed. They had this little tent thing that covers up. It was real interesting. Yeah, I saw some real interesting videos. People living in a Prius and living in a car. But some people was in that predicament because they live in California, couldn't afford to rent, so they had to live in their car because they got evicted. But that's kind of, I don't know. Would y'all ever do that though? Live in a car or live in a van? And people only the expenses, the only thing was paying like $400 a month. sometimes 500, that's gas and food, or whatever other fees if you go to places to park. Shoot, thinking about it. Peterson, where you live at? I never asked you where you live. Or did you tell me and I didn't know? I forgot. I would do that. If I was in that predicament where I didn't have, if I wanted to really say I want to cut down on my debts, I would do that. I would give me I would do something like that. Turn off all these utilities, turn off the water, or rent out the room for a couple, for 6 months out the year or whatever, and just go to different places and travel. I would do that. That was something that I would do. I think I would do that though. That'd be something really interesting. Winnebago Travato van. Yeah, I've seen some people vans. I saw this one young black girl. She was an artist, and she had this cute van. I mean, she said it was nice. It was it had full things for kitchen and cooking and a bed, and it was real nice. It was real spacious. It wasn't no big, huge, whatever. It was, you know, I never seen that before. I was like, dang. And she had a condo and stuff, sold the condo, and just be minimalist. Because how much stuff do you really need? Right now I need to clean up my house. I need to clean up my office tomorrow because when my new computer comes, I'm gonna all those books. Um, no, she ain't had no pets with her. No, she ain't had no pet snake. She had a cat. It might have been somebody else who may have had a snake, but the one I saw. Tiffany Grace Channel. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Let me write that down. Shoot. Oh, I didn't know you watch videos like that. And some people's vans be souped up. They got the TV, flat screen TV on the wall. Kitchen. They even got a bathroom with the shower and stuff. I was like, dang. Because see, first I was looking at tiny houses. Then I said they were going to build a tiny house community up there in Clarkston. The first one ever in Georgia, in Clarkston. I said, I don't even know Georgia in Atlanta and build my tiny house in Clarkston. But they said it was going to be right there in Clarkston. I guess it was supposed to be off of Ponce de Leon. They're supposed to be these little houses. And I was like, because I told my neighbor who wants to sell real estate, he's selling real estate. He was came across it. He sent me an email. Oh, look, you just talked about tiny houses yesterday. They building one in Clarkston. I said, okay. But I said, if you put it this way, if you're looking to buy a house in this market and people are downsizing, that could be another alternative. Dual X built one that had solar on the top and a camera system. Oh, okay. I've seen some real nice ones. People be putting the solar panels on the top because all the energy, all the things come from the solar panel, no energy used. And it wasn't really that much. If you really want to build one up, it ain't that much. It cost you, but you could probably get something, but maybe get some old. They even do school buses. School buses, I've seen that converted into space. I've seen some really nice ones. I've seen some that were really, really expensive, but I don't know. There's the van bus conversion. See, with a little house, you gotta have land and stuff. And I could see, well, see, my grandparents in South Carolina, they got all that land. Right across the road, there's a RV park. Now, my grandmother will be 93. She already put all the sticks in the yard. I said, Mary, what's all these yard sticks? It was landmarks for the marking of the land. So she already got it set who gets what part of the land. Man, I'll sit up there and build me a little house right there in South Carolina in my grandmother's land. I know I can't do nothing with my mother lives in Goose Creek because that's already like a established community, but shoot. Saving money is a beautiful thing. That's why I'm thinking of what I need to be doing in the next coming months. If I could find me a couple of housemates, no, I think I need one. If my uncle keep shuffling and jiving his feet, because I know he ain't got no place to live, and he needs to. I think he's probably shameful that he don't want to admit that he needs to. I know he's in the predicament, but he ain't gonna tell me, and I haven't been able to contact him. But have a good night, Harding. I know I'm out, and I'm gonna be out in the next 5 more minutes. I'm ready to go to bed. My son is only 12:43. Yeah, saving money is a beautiful thing. I can tell you that. Shoot, I sure would do that. I would have me a van. If I had to, if I didn't have no house, if I didn't have this house, and I wasn't fortunate to have a house and bought a house, and I was renting apartments here in Atlanta, that's $1,200, $1,400, $1,600, and that's on, and that price is on the lower end in terms of nice places to live. Because I did an apartment mystery shop last week for $30, and they wanted $1,400. And it was up there in like Donia across the street from the hospital. I'm not saying the apartment complex wasn't nice. It was nice, but it's still in the hood. And they said they upgraded the apartments and stuff, but it wasn't like high quality upgrade. I mean, it was nice, but it wasn't nice. It was like kind of like that low, cheap countertops, upgrades, cheap type of appliances. I mean, I like the layout of the apartment it was a model apartment. It was a 2 bedroom, 2 bath. It was situated like an apartment roommate style. Like one side, it was like a nice, good size bedroom, nice bathroom, and then on the other side, it was the same thing. But the way they had modeled the apartment, it was furnished. It was a model. It looked nice, and it was cute. It was real nicely set up. It was like $1,500 a month, and of course you have to pay the application fee, the administrative fee. But it was nice, you know. It was nice, but for where it was in the area, um, for to get that $1,400 a month, and that's not including utilities, that ain't including cable, they don't include lights and all that stuff. When you think of and you add all those expenses to it, you know, can anybody truly in Atlanta afford to pay $1,400, $1,500 a month? You know, not including gas, utilities, things like that. You know, you add those things into it. is that really affordable unless you're making, you know, unless you're making, well, put it this way. When I was working at the government and I was making 51,000 a year, no, not even taking out taxes, I was paying $750 a month in rent up in Smyrna. That same apartment now is way over that. Last time I checked up there, it was like double. No, almost triple. Not double. It was almost triple the amount. And when you factor in all your expenses, if it's 1,400 to live in Lithonia and the apartment complex across the street from the Cab Medical Hospital, and that's one of the nicer apartments. After they did the little upgrades, I was like, yeah, but you still need electric depending on if you have gas. See, I got gas and electric. My gas and electric bill is way low. Because one, I don't be turning on all the electricity and I don't be turning on all the lights and stuff like that. But most apartments are electric. So if everything runs on electric, it may not be as bad. It just depends. I'm just saying it's $1,400, $1,500, which is the minimum for an apartment in Atlanta, not including all the other electricity, gas, and everything else. Can anybody really afford to pay that much in rent? I'm just trying to figure out why it seems so hard for people to find. I live off the grid. I can bathe in the lake. Peterson, you still didn't tell me where you live at, where you from. Oh, what time is it? I got 7 more minutes. When it gets 4 o'clock, when I get on here for 4 hours, oh yeah, that's right. You did tell me Maryland. Maryland is not the grid. We're in Maryland. Where in Maryland, in the whole state of Maryland, is you can live off the grid? Well, I don't know. Oh shoot! You know what? Well, I'll cook it tomorrow. I was supposed to cook my Cornish hen tonight. I'll cook it tomorrow before I leave to go to work. I'll put it in the air fryer. I love Cornish hens. I haven't ate that in a while. I think I'm gonna make an orange. I'm gonna try to make something fancy with that little Cornish hen. I'm gonna do Cornish hen, and I'm gonna cook me some black beans and rice. I think I'm gonna do black beans and rice. The Cornish hen. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna eat for dinner. Lunch/dinner for tomorrow. So I'm gonna cook that tomorrow before I go to work because I'm not trying to eat out. I already ate some Chinese food tonight, and I haven't been eating at Chick-fil-A lately. I did eat Chick-fil-A a few days ago, but that was because it was free. They gave a free chicken sandwich and a free drink. So that's the only reason why I ate Chick-fil-A. Other than that, I have not eaten Chick-fil-A in months. I haven't eaten at Culver's in a minute. So I haven't really been eating a whole bunch of junk lately. But next Monday, I'll start Wayfair. That'll be something exciting to do. And then I'm going to be working at Amazon. So I'm going to be doing both jobs come next week. I know it's going to be tough and hard, but I have to see how that's going to fare out. So I'll be working training. They said training is supposed to be 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday. And then Wednesday through Saturday, I'll be working at Amazon from 6 p.m. till 5:30 a.m. the next morning. And then every other week, I'll be working either Wednesday through Saturday or Thursday through Saturday. So it's this week. You cut out the T too. Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, I did. No, let me think. Nope, because I bought me some tea from Publix today. I bought me raspberry tea, which I didn't drink a whole lot of, but now that you say, I'm just gonna go down and drink my other water. And then I'm gonna drink the lemonade. I don't drink as much lemonade, so that's not something I'll be so quick to drink so much. But yeah, I cut down on the tea. But I'm gonna start drinking more herbal tea since when it starts getting cool, then I'm gonna start using my peppermint tea and drink that. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see how I'm gonna work that out because I have to see how long training is for. I knew you were gonna say something crazy. I smoke my herbal. You always doing something crazy. Oh, we got 3 more. I got 2 more minutes. 4 o'clock come on the dot. 3:57:53. Then I'll be out of here. I hope y'all give me some thumbs up. And subscribe. I know this channel's gotten a little bit too long. But I went live to be interactive, but nobody don't want to join the link. So that's all right. I'm going to start channeling more of topics and staying on schedule and not be on here as long because I only got so many. Only give you so many hours on StreamYard each month for free. And then once you get the pass, once I use my 20 hours, I have to wait for a month before you reset it. So all right, but I'll let y'all know what the outcome is with that Kia and the buyback situation once I get my letter. I'll probably get that letter tomorrow. The minute I speak on something, that's when it comes. Then I'm going to decide what I'm going to do. But I'm going to drive the Kia. So from now, I'll be driving the Kia for a minute. And just to kind of see how well it, nothing goes wrong. But the minute, if something goes wrong this time around, I'm like, forget it. I'm not buying. I'm not paying into anything else. I'm just going to get the buyout. But they're going to give me something. They're going to have to give me more than $1,500. It can't be $1,500 just to buy back a car. I don't see how you're doing me right. But I don't know. We'll see. All of that will come into play. So let me say good night. Good night, Peterson Jacobs, Hardin, Jeremy, Yvette, Dorian, Lynn, Pam. Who else I'm missing? Hardin, Monica. Who else I'm missing? I don't want to miss nobody. If I miss all y'all, I'm sorry. So talk to y'all maybe tomorrow night. If not, I'll talk to y'all again on Sunday. Y'all have a good night. Like, comment, and subscribe. I appreciate it. Have a good night.